I'm almost ready. Hold on. Just one more thing. Et voilà.
The ring gate and turned back or boarded and the crews spaced, or else 7 had, or it was only 1. Series Station's announcement that free Navy ships could use the docks was a provocation, or a proof that the OPA was unified or the station administration was giving in to fear. All around the system, ships were turning off their transponders, and the systems for visual tracking of the exhaust plumes were getting dusted off and reprogrammed in languages that contemporary systems could parse. Alex told himself it was temporary, that in a few months, maybe a year, everyone would run with transponders again, that the Earth would be the center of human civilization and culture, that he would be back in the Roci with Holden and Naomi and Amos. He told himself that, but it was getting less and less persuasive. Not knowing was the worst thing. The second worst thing was being chased by a bunch of top-of-the-line warships that really wanted to kill you. In the display, one of their escort missiles went from green to amber to flashing red. "Shit," Bobby said. "Lost one. It's all right. We've got plenty more." In the past hours, the Pella and her pack had come up with the bright idea of coordinating their comm lasers to hit a particular missile and then pumping energy into it until the controls overheated. The missiles failed inert, or they would have figured the enemy strategy out when the escorting cloud had cooked off in a massive chain reaction. Instead, they lost 4 missiles in half an hour and put together what was happening. Bobby and the Razorback's antiquated and underpowered system had designed a rolling pattern formation for the missiles that kept any one of them from being in an uninterrupted sightline for more than a few seconds at a time. Watching it on the cameras reminded Alex of documentaries he'd seen about deep-sea fish on Earth. Vast schools roiling and yet staying together. Only for him, it was their little group of remaining missiles. Ever since the announcement by the Free Navy, The Prime Minister had been back in the cabin, using their own tight beam for what sounded like 100 furious conversations that all seemed to have the same timbre. Alex couldn't quite make out all the words, and he made conscious effort not to listen in case someone asked later what he knew. But the phrases, "not substantiated," and "significant failure," and "still investigating" all came through enough times that Alex started to recognize them. Kind of like hearing a song often enough that the lyrics became clearer. His monitor was divided between a large-scale map of the solar system, highlighting the parts of it critical to him, the Razorback, the UN military escort burning out to meet them, the Rocinante, the Pella and its pack, Tycho Station, Mars, Earth, Luna, and a smaller inset that was the Razorback's internal systems diagnostics. The little pinnace hadn't been intended for full interplanetary travel, and with Earth and Mars where they were going to be cutting it pretty close. The reactor had enough fuel pellets to burn for months, but once they ran out of ejection mass, the drive wouldn't do them much good. So far, they were still inside the error bars, which for him meant that even if they ran out, they'd be going slow enough that someone could throw a tether on them. Rescued by professionals was still firmly in his wing collar. The navigation system threw an alert to his monitor. He opened it. "What have you got?" Bobby asked. "The Pella and her little friend there cut their drives again," Alex said. "And, hey, I think some of the ships are peeling off. I think they're giving up." Bobby whooped, and Smith stopped his conversation in the back long enough to come see what was going on. By the time Alex had explained it all, the Pella had its drive on too, and was turning with the others. Not a full flip and burn, but a kind of fishtail slide that kept a good fraction of their momentum while still setting them on a course for the belt and, give or take a few million kilometers, the Jovian system. The Chesmoka peeled off in the opposite direction. Whatever mission the Pella was on, it was leaving the Razorback behind. A tension Alex hadn't been consciously aware of started to evaporate, along with Bobby's occasional whoops and laughter. The UN escort force checked in. The solar flares weren't even coming close to intersecting with their path. The Razorback's heat sinks were coping with the radiant heat well enough. Alex let himself relax. It lasted almost half an hour. "This is Naomi Nagata of the Rocinante. If you get this message, please retransmit. Tell James Holden I am in distress. Com is not responding. I have no nav control. Please retransmit." And then, 40 minutes after that, "Alex, since you're in the neighborhood and it went so well the last time I asked you to check out a mystery ship, I was wondering if you'd be interested in making a little detour. I'm having my temporary pilot figure out a fast burn that will get me to Naomi. But you're closer, and you're going in nearly the same direction. There's a chance this is the bad guys trying to trick us, so keep your eyes open. If it is Naomi, though, make sure she's still breathing when I get there. Let me know what you think." Alex's jaw was clenched hard enough his teeth ached. He already knew what Bobby was going to say. So instead of starting the conversation, he started quietly feeding data into the nav system and seeing what options were open depending on how hard he wanted to burn and how much fuel he had left, and what telemetry said about the little ship and the convoy it broke off from. The wall screens were set to mimic the exterior view, so when he looked up from the navigation data, he could pick out the dot of light that was her drive plume. He also pulled up an audio feed matched to the broadcast from it. "This is Naomi Nagata of the Rocinante. If you get this message, please retransmit." He could feel the disapproval radiating up from behind him. Bobby didn't say anything at first. Didn't even make a grunt or a noise. It didn't matter. Alex knew. When she finally did speak, it was almost a relief to have it out in the open. "What are you doing there, sailor?" Bobby asked. "Figuring the best way to go after Naomi." "Any reason you're doing it?" "Because we're going after Naomi. We're almost at the flip part of the flip and burn. Any course changes we make are going to eat up a lot of fuel." Alex didn't look back. He gestured at the screen. "The way I figure, that's a distress call. We logged it. We're obligated to stop." "Don't," Bobby said. "That's the rules. Don't throw the rule book at me. We've got a mission here. I don't like it any more than you do, but we need to stand our post. We've got orders. Alex's jaw hurt worse. He tried yawning to stretch the ache away. It didn't work. He turned his crash couch to face her. With her helmet off and her hair pulled back in a tight, functional ponytail, her head seemed small. The power armor was still locked in place, hands and fists against each side of the ship. If she decided to disable him and take command of the pinnace, she was just going to win. Also, he needed to keep in mind that she was jerry-rigged in place and probably couldn't actually take a really high G burn without coming loose. "We do," he said. "We've got orders. But you've got orders from Nate and Avasarala, and I absolutely respect how you look out for both of those. But I got orders from my captain, and the watch I need to stand is over that way and getting farther from us." "You're not thinking with your head," Bobby said. "Look at the risk profile, Alex, because if we go, we're taking a risk. If we win, we get Naomi Nagata out of trouble. If we lose, the leader of one of the most important political organizations in the human race dies at a time when unity and leadership is critically important." "No, stop. I know what you're thinking. I've thought it too, just about some other people. Naomi's yours. She's one of the people in your circle. And fuck if you're going to risk her, much less sacrifice her for some kind of vague greater good, right?" Alex closed his mouth, paused. "Right. I understand that," Bobby said. "I do. I had to train a lot to understand that isn't what we do. You had that training too. Whether we're on active duty or not doesn't matter. We serve Mars because we swore an oath. If doing the right thing was the same as doing the easy thing, we wouldn't have had to swear. We have the Prime Minister of Mars in this ship. We have a military escort coming to get him safely to Luna. And we have the enemy out there," Alex said, hating the words as he said them. "It's a trap, isn't it?" "I don't know," Bobby said. "It could be. Disable someone and shoot the responders is a dirty trick, but I wouldn't put it past these bastards." "I don't see how going after her would put us in more danger than holding course," Alex said. "If they've got a railgun pointing at us, they can hold us right here just as well as over there." "Trojan horse," Bobby said. "Pack that thing full of soldiers. If we dock with her, all these missiles aren't going to help a damn bit. Or if the Rocinante gets to it, they take Fred Johnson." "The odds of—" "Don't think about the odds," Bobby said. "Think about the stakes. Think how much we lose if we take the risk and it goes wrong." Alex's head felt thick, like the first stages of illness. He looked back at his nav panel. The distance between the Razorback and the Chetsmoka increased with every second. He took a deep breath, blew out. Naomi's voice came softly from the feed. "Tell James Holden I am in distress. Comm is not responding. I have no nav control." The voice that came from the cabin space was soft, gentle, conversational. An interesting analysis, but incomplete. Nathan Smith stood in the doorway. His hair was greasy and disarrayed. His clothes looked like they'd been slept in. His eyes were bloodshot, the rims red and angry. Alex thought he looked a decade older than when they'd taken off. The Prime Minister smiled at Alex, then Bobby, then Alex again. "Sir," Bobby said, "you've neglected a term, Sergeant. Consider what we stand to lose if we don't make the attempt." "The reason for doing this," Alex said, "the reason for doing any of this, if there's a chance, and I think there's a pretty damn good one, that Naomi managed her own escape, and she's out there and in distress, and she's called for help. You know what the rules are? That we stop and help, even if she's not someone we know, even if it was someone else's voice. That's the rule, because out here we help each other. And if we stop doing that because we're more important or because the rules don't apply to us anymore, I can make a decent case that we're not the good guys anymore." Smith beamed. "That was beautiful, Mr. Kamal. I had been thinking of explaining to Christian Avasarala that we'd left our only solid witness to the Pella behind. But I think I like your version better. Set course and alert the UN escort to our change of plans." "Yes, sir," Alex said. When the door closed, he turned to Bobby. "Sorry." "Don't be," Bobby said. "It's not like I didn't want to go after her. And if it turns out the ship's full of soldiers, I can take this suit out for a drive," Bobby said. "Won't hurt my feelings." It only took a few minutes to set the optimal intercept course and fire off a flight plan to the UN escort ships. Afterward, he recorded a tight beam message for Holden. "Hey there, Captain. We're on our way, but we'll be careful. Get in, take a good look, and if anything's getting our hackles up, we won't board. Meantime, you tell that pilot you've got that whoever makes rendezvous first owes the other fellow a beer." Chapter 44. Naomi. Even a steady 1G could be unpleasant for her. The constant press of 2 was a slow torture. It began as a deep ache in her knees and the base of her spine, then progressed quickly to sharp pain, like a needle stuck into the joints. Naomi surveyed the Chetsmuka in stages, moving through a deck, then lying down until the pain lessened, then the next deck. Her hands and feet hurt even as the swelling subsided. Her cough didn't get better, but it didn't get worse. The first disappointment was that the controls were in lockdown. She tried a few passwords. Free Navy, and Marco is great, and Philip. But even if she got it right, there was no reason to expect that they left the biometrics profiles turned off. The lockers by the airlock hung open and empty. The 3 EVA suits that remained didn't have batteries or air bottles. The emergency rations were gone. She expected the toolboxes to be gone from the machine shop, but they'd taken out the racks that held them too, the drawers from the cabinets, the LEDs from the wall lights. The crash couches were all slit open, gel and padding pooled on the deck beside them. The drug delivery system and reservoirs were gone. The only water was in the drives, ejection mass to be spit out the back of the ship. The only food was the residue in the recyclers that hadn't been processed back into anything.
Ah, merde.
Chapter 15. Pa. The grease crayon was meant to mark decking during construction, and so in a sense Michio was still keeping to its purpose. The marks weren't inventory control or inspection chop, and what she was constructing wasn't a ship, but still. The wall of her cabin had a long rectangular mark where she usually kept a mounted lithograph. An original print by Tabitha Toeva of false coral structures, part of her 100 Aspects of Europa series, and it rested in its frame on her crash couch like it was watching her. Along one side of the wall, Michio had listed the major settlements of the outer planets: Ceres, Pallas, Vesta, Iapetus, Ganymede, and on and on. Some were based on moons, some in the tunnels of well-mined asteroids, and a few, Tycho Station, the Shiratsima Complex, Coldwater, Kelso, were spin stations that floated free. She'd started writing what she thought they needed there. Water where there wasn't local ice. Complex biologicals everywhere but Ganymede. Construction material, food, medical supplies. When it got too dense to read, she cleaned the wall with the side of her fist. The smears were still there. In the middle column, the colony ships she and her fleet had taken. The Beadat Hadida out of Luna. The John Galt and the Mark Watney out of Mars. The Helen R. and Jacob H. Cantor, sponsored by the Congregation Ner Shalom. The San Pietro, sponsored by the De Vargas Corporation. The Caspian and the Hornblower and the Kingfisher, operating under independent charters. All of them stopped to make settlements on new and hostile worlds. Some hardly had enough for a small human toehold. Others, enough to carry 100 people for 3 years. Enough to keep the belt running long enough to remake itself independent of Earth and Mars. Hopefully. And on the other edge, her own fleet. Serio Mal, captained by Susanna Foyle. Panshi, by Ezio Rodriguez. Witch of Endor, by Karl Al-Dujali. And so on down the wall. Each of them with her own complement of boarding troops. All of them were hers to command, and would be until it came clear that she answered to herself now. Then, well, that would be then. She squeezed the grease crayon and released it. The soft click as it gave up its grip on her fingertips again and again, like someone tapping on the door. With every mark she made, the fear in her chest shifted. It didn't leave her, nothing as straightforward as that. But instead of feeling bright and jittery and jagged, her heart folded in on itself and let the crust of a lifetime's failures and pains fall away. At least, for a little while. It felt like getting on a treadmill and finding the perfect rhythm. One that brought her breath and her body and her mind together and stilled time. When she'd started, she'd half hoped to find a reason she couldn't go through with her mutiny. Now that she was engaged, the doubt was forgotten. Somewhere in the process, she'd gone from whether she should to how she was going to. Until Nadia spoke, Michio didn't even notice she was there. Bertold still not letting you on the system? Michio sighed and shook her head. Until we make the break, he wants everything off the computers. He's got the local countermeasures ready to update. But you know how it is, tipping our hand. Do you think Marco is monitoring the ship that closely? No, Michio said. Then, I don't know. Maybe. It's all right. Part of me likes working this way. It's more, I don't know, tactile? Can see that, Nadia said. We're getting close. I don't want more than a second of light delay, Michio said. I can't do this trading messages. I have to be able to talk. We're getting close, Nadia said again, her voice a half-tone lower. She understood. Michio squeezed the grease crayon and relaxed. Tick. How long? By tonight, Nadia said. She stepped in close, considering the wall and all of its markings. She was half a head shorter than Michio, and the first scattering of gray hair complicated her temple. She sighed to herself and nodded. Checking my work? Michio said, teasing a little. Yes, Nadia said seriously. This was a complicated situation before. We're about to make it much more. Times like this, we check the seals we just checked. Michio sat on her crash couch and let her wife go over all the ships and stations. Nadia put her hands to her hips and fists and made small sounds in the back of her throat. Michio thought they were approval. It would be easier when she had the ship's system available to plot it all out, place each ship and its vector on a single interface. Even with her wall a mass of careful handwriting, there were other lists, longer lists, of critically important information. The warships under Marco's direct control, the elite guard force that Rosenfeld held in reserve, the thousands of supply containers from Pallas and Vesta and Callisto that had already been scattered to the care of the overwhelming void. Michio stretched her back against the 1/3 G braking burn, feeling the ache between her ribs. "When are we going to steal it all?" Nadia asked. "When I talk to Carmody," Michio said. "Earlier than that, and himself might notice. Later, and he might be warned." "Ah, Carmody," Nadia said with a sigh. "It bothers me." "Me too," Michio said. Nadia turned from the wall to consider her. The air of checking for errors didn't change. "What bothers you?" Nadia asked. Michio nodded at the wall. "All this? Doing what I'm about to do?" "You don't think it's right?" "I don't know if that matters. I mean, Marco does what he thinks is right, and Dawes, and Earth. All of them do what they think is right, and tell themselves that they're moral people with the strength to do the necessary things, however terrible they seem at the time. Every atrocity that has been done to us, had someone behind it who thought what they did was justified. And here I am, a moral person with the strength to do this, because it's justified. Ah, Nadia said. You don't think Carmody will join us? I don't. And then I think I'll have to make an example of him so that the others will take me seriously. It's not much of a pirate queen who leaves survivors in peace, Nadia said. And then, you're wrong about one thing, though. Not every evil thing is done by the righteous. Some people do harsh things for the pleasure. But that isn't what bothers me. Michio lifted her hands, asking the question. Working with Carmody, Nadia said. I don't know what it is. The man annoys me. Both of their hand terminals chirped a connection request from Laura on a family-restricted channel. Nadia nodded to Michio to accept and then sat at her side so they could both see the screen. Laura was on the command deck, the backsplash of her control screen lightening her cheeks and dancing in her eyes. Icons of all the others except Nadia appeared along the side. What is it? Nadia asked. Newsfeeds just arrived, Laura said. The inners have series, making an announcement. They were all silent for a moment. Knowing that it was coming pulled the punch, but Michio still felt it in her gut. Play the feed, she said. Laura nodded, shifted forward to her controls, and blinked out. A feed appeared in her place. Earth and Mars naval ships docked in the berths at Ceres. Seeing them there was disorienting, a juxtaposition of two things that don't belong together. Even though she'd known it was coming, the feeling was strong. Estimated at 4.5 million, with sufficient reserves to sustain the station for a maximum of 2 weeks. The combined fleet is presently developing relief strategies, including emergency rationing and a call for food and water from other stations in the Belt and the Jovian system. The image jittered and cut away, a sloppy edit done by an amateur. And then his face filled the screen. Fred fucking Johnson. Michio felt her gut clench. So that was their play. Trot out the Earther to speak for the Belt. Again. His eyes were soft and deep and sorrowful. His hair was close cut and white. A pale stubble stood out against the darkness of his cheeks. The text along the screen's edge said, Fred Johnson, OPA spokesman / Tyco Manufacturing. Not Colonel Fred Johnson, not Butcher of Anderson Station. Opportunist. Face of the Belt when Earth's holding the camera. Michi, I'm fine. The culture in the outer planets, Johnson said, has always been one of mutual support. Conditions aboard ship and on stations have always tested humanity's ingenuity and competence. In the many, many years I've worked with the Outer Planets Alliance, I have never seen that ethos betrayed more profoundly than this. You're right, Michio said. I'm not fine, shut it off. Nadia gestured to the screen, and the feed vanished. Michio stood for a long moment. She didn't remember crushing the grease crayon, but it was a sticky pulp in her hand now. She took a towel from her cabinet and tried to wipe her fingers clean. The crash couch shifted behind her as Nadia sat on it. When Michio had her control back, she turned around. The intimacy of years let her read half a dozen things in Nadia's expression. He's not our natural ally, Michio said. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's bullshit. There are always more than two sides. Pretending it's only one or else the other is what let that son of a bitch carry so much weight in the OPA for as long as he did. He still does, Nadia said. Some people will listen to him. He has ships. I'll get us ships.
We don't need his protection. If you say, Nadia said, and then gently, maybe he needs ours. He's a big boy. He can take care of himself. 4.5 million, though? That's a lot of people. Earth wanted the station. They have it. Good for them, Michio said, but her voice sounded less certain in her own ears. They can take care of it. They're going to need food, water. Michio pointed to the list she'd scrawled on her wall. Her fingers were dark from the crayon. Every base on that list is going to need food and water too. Medical supplies, reaction mass, construction material, everything. Everyone is going to need everything. I'm not going to put Ceres at the top of our list. They've got help. They got robbed, Nadia said. By us. By Marco. Nadia smiled and looked off to her left, the way she did when she was ready to end an argument, but didn't agree that she'd lost it. Michio couldn't let it go. The words pressed up out of her like Nadia had said them, had invited her response. It's not only that it's Fred Johnson, Michio said. If Ceres starts to starve, Nadia said, ending the question as if it had been a statement. Fine, Michio said. If Ceres Station starts going hungry, if they're running out of water, I'll help the people on Ceres. Not for Johnson, not for the OPA, but I'll help the people there. Nadia nodded, but still looked off to her left, staring at the empty screen like there was a picture still glowing on it. Michio even looked, but there was only black. And Earth? Nadia asked. What about it? People are starving there. No, Michio said. I won't send our supplies to Earth. They had centuries to help us, and they didn't. Nadia's smile widened a millimeter as she rose to her feet. She kissed Michio's cheek and left. A moment later, her voice came from down the corridor with Evans answering. The life of the ship continued, even with everything changing around it. Michio turned back to her lists, but she wasn't sure what she was looking at anymore. Her mind kept sliding back to Fred Johnson's soft, tired eyes. I have never seen that ethos betrayed more profoundly than this. She leaned forward and used her thumbnail to scrape a clean line through the center of the word Ceres. The gray of the wall showed through the center of the letters, but she didn't rub it out. When, 8 hours later, the comet finally came within a light second of the hornblower, the news feeds had settled on their narrative about the retaking of Ceres. The phrase combined fleet became a kind of catch-all for the patchwork of Earther and Martian naval ships that were clustered there beside a ragged handful of belter vessels. It was like going back to the days before Eros, when the alliance between the inner planets had seemed unshakable. Certainly there was some nostalgia among the inner planets' commentariat, but the reports from Earth and Mars kept the wailing for the golden age of squeezing the belt in perspective. Riots had broken out in Londres Nova and scuttled the meeting of the Martian Parliament. And the best news from Earth was that the climbing death rate was linear instead of exponential, with hopes that it would level off as the most vulnerable and compromised parts of the globe finished dying. Marco had gone quiet, though she assumed that meant he was busy planning his next steps with some part of his cabal that didn't include her. That suited her fine. She had enough to think about already. She had already recorded her message to the other captains under her command. It was ready for tight beam transmission at her word, and once they went out, there'd be no going back. Nothing else, not even talking to Carmody, was as irrevocable as that. So why did putting in the connection request to the hornblower feel like stepping out an airlock? Carmody accepted the connection request, and his face appeared on her screen with an icon that showed the communication was secure. His face was broad and placid, On another man, it might have given the impression of harmlessness. But Carmody had already killed people on her order. She wasn't fooled. "Captain," he said, "wondered when I'd hear from you. Alles gut, yeah?" "Alles interesting, anyway," Michio said with a smile that, to her surprise, was mostly genuine. "Looking at some changes to the plan." The message went out to the hornblower, and it came back, 1 second each way. It made Carmody's response seem considered and thoughtful, an illusion made from distance and light. "I heard. Series. Hell of a thing." "Yes," she said. "Series. More than a series, too. Technically, I know you're in Rosenfeld's chain of command, but I'm about to issue some orders to you and your people. I'd appreciate it if you'd follow them." 1 second. 2. Carmody's eyebrows went up. Another second. "Interesting, Sasa. Tell me." "You can turn back. You haven't said it. No one knows but your family, and they'll still support you if you back away. Put your faith back in Inaros, or find another himself out there to fall in line behind, since that always works out so well. I'm rerouting the hornblower to Rhea, cutting the prisoners loose, redistributing the cargo." 1 second. 2. Or was it a little faster this time? How close were the ships now? "Rhea, not one of ours. It's not aligned with the Free Navy, no," Michio said. "That's why I picked it." 1 second. No, the messages were definitely coming faster now. Carmody nodded and sucked his teeth, a high, hissing sound as his eyes narrowed. She watched him understand, and waited to see his reaction. "Mutiny, then." "Won't be my first," she said with a lightness that she didn't feel. "Taking as many ships from my command as will come. Mission's the same. Get the colony ships and support the belt. No drift." The pause seemed to last forever. "No drift," Carmody said and shrugged. "Bien. You want us to write it there, or are we coming back on board?" Alarms went off in Michio's hind brain. This wasn't right. She shook her head. "Ah, Carmody, we could have been beautiful. You're coming on board, all your people. But you're sending your arms and armor here first, and you're coming in pairs." Pause. "Oh, now, Captain, I don't see how that happens." "I've got 2 options," Michio said. "Bringing you and yours armed and armored onto the ship because I'm just so sure you're loyal to me and not Marco. Not one of them." Pause. A smile she couldn't quite read. Carmody leaned in toward his camera. His hands weren't in the square of the screen, but she imagined them folded together on his table. When he spoke, his voice was just as friendly, but somehow flatter. "Okay then. Either you and yours come to me, and I send the supplies to the belt the way we always said we would, or I kill the hornblower as a warning to Al-Dujaili and Foyle and the rest that I'm serious." It took longer than 2 seconds this time. Longer than 3. Michio kept her expression calm, even while her heart was thudding against her ribs like it wanted out. "Here's what I say," Carmody said. "I turn this Pinche ship to Paris. You go your way, I go mine. Okay, comes between you and Inaros, comes between you and Inaros. But you and me walk away. Honor on all sides." "Yes," floated in the back of her mouth, ready to be said. She wanted this over. She hated conflict. How the hell had she wound up living in the middle of it? "No," she said. Your arms and armor in a pack out the airlock within the hour, or we break the hornblower again. And we mean it this time. She shrugged. She waited. About a second this time. Closer. Kill us to make a point? He said. Kill you so I don't have to kill as many other people later. Rather be loved than feared, but hey, fallen world. Pause. You can't stop me getting the word out, Carmody said. Michio sighed, shifted the feed, and sent out her message. The one that began, You have put yourself under my command out of loyalty to the belt, and, out of loyalty to the belt, I expect you to remain. So, that was it. Her time with Marco Inalis was over. Michio Pa, once OPA, once Free Navy, now just herself and her ship, in a universe all too ready to see her destroyed. For all the consequences that were coming now, for all the pain and loss she just invited into her life, she still felt relieved. Like she was where she was supposed to be. They know, she said. Now, can we get to the part where you surrender? Or are you going to insist that I kill you? Chapter 16. Alex. Seriously? Arnold Mfume, one of Fred Johnson's spare pilots, said, You used a railgun as a drive? To pull a ship up from a decaying orbit? Alex shrugged, but the little bloom of pride in his chest was warm all the same. Naomi did all the math on it, he said. I was mostly babysitting the Rosie while it followed her orders. But, well, yeah. That is fucking insane, Arnold said through his laughter. Didn't really have any other choices, Alex said. We wound up doing a certain amount of improvisation one way and another. Across the table from him, Sandra Ip smiled. He didn't know if the way her eyes were locked on his was a sign of how drunk she'd gotten, the beginning of an erotic invitation, or a little bit of both. Either way, he found himself smiling back. Wish I'd been there, Mfume said. I kind of wish I hadn't, Alex said. It's a lot more fun now that it's not going on anymore. At the time, it was more on the oh shit, we're all gonna die category. That's what adventures are, Bobby said, and Ip's lazy smile tracked over toward her without changing much. So, more about drunk, maybe. Shitty things that make for good stories later. I heard you went hand-to-hand with a proto-molecule soldier, Mfume said. That's not even a good story, Bobby said. Her smile kept it from being awkward, but that path of conversation was definitely closed. Mfume shifted, and Alex could see the temptation to push. To maybe get Bobby to elaborate, even if it was only a little bit more. Now, you want to talk about flying, Alex said. You should hear about when Bobby and me were trying to outrun the Free Navy. Pretty sure we told that story, Bobby said. Alex blinked and looked into his glass. She was right. He had told that story. And since they'd all sat down, Ip might not be the only one well on her way to tipsy. Right, he said. In that case, you want to talk about flying, you should get another drink. He lifted his arm and leaned back, trying to catch the server's eye. The Blue Frog was a port bar. And if Alex had to guess, he'd say it had seen better days. The round tables hunched together within larger, swooping, glowing structures that defined the booths that he and the others leaned against. Only the lights seemed dirty, and the table was chipped. Different menus detailed the services of the bar: food, drink, pharmaceutical, sex. An empty stage promised live music or burlesque or karaoke. Only later. Not right now. And more than that, there was a smell to the place. Not unpleasant, not rotten, but tired. Like spent oil or old sealant. The expanded crew of the Rocinante were scattered among 3 tables. To Alex's right, Amos sat grinning like a vaguely ominous Buddha, with Clarissa Mao, Sunyi Steinberg, and a shirtless young man who Alex suspected had been ordered from a menu. To his left, Naomi and Chava Lombao were locked in a vigorous conversation, while Gor Droga and Zach Kazantzakis leaned back, keeping out of it. The other tables were dominated by a mixture of Earth and Mars Navy crews. The crispness of their military uniforms and haircuts seemed out of place, like they were rebuking the architecture for being only what it was. Here and there, locals hunched together like they were defending a position against a siege. Covert glances of the natives of Ceres didn't carry a sense of threat as much as bewilderment. The music that leaked from hidden speakers stayed lower than the conversation, shimmering major-scale notes making an ambiguous wash of sound, neither celebratory nor sad. The manager, a dark-skinned man with cold blue eyes and a permanent near smirk, caught Alex's glance, nodded to him, and sent a server trotting over. The smile on the woman's face seemed almost genuine. Alex ordered another round for the table, and by the time his attention came back to the conversation, the topic had moved on. There were rules about that in the service, Bobby said. But there were ways to get around them, right? Ip said. I mean, you aren't telling me everyone in the Martian Navy's celibate. Bobby shrugged. If you're in a relationship with someone above you or below you in the chain of command, it's not a joke. Dishonorable discharge, loss of benefits, maybe jail time. That takes a lot of the shine off. But I wasn't Navy. I was a Marine. If there was a little cross-training between services, it wasn't a problem until it started messing up operational efficiency. I heard they put chemicals in the food to lower people's libido, Arnold said. Bobby shrugged. If they did, they didn't put in enough. What about on the Rocinante? Ip said, turning her full attention to Alex. There was definitely more than just alcohol in the question. Do you have rules against cheap, sleazy fraternization? Alex chuckled, not certain whether he was getting excited or uncomfortable. Captain and the XO have been together damn near since we got on the ship. It'd be a difficult rule to enforce on the rest of us. Ip's smile shifted. You used to be a Navy boy, didn't you? You and the gunny here ever? Alex regretted ordering the next round. He was going to need his wits about him pretty soon here. Me and Bobby? Nah. That ain't a thing that happened. We haven't actually shipped out together that much, Bobby said. And anyway, no offense, Alex. None taken. Really? Ip said, leaning forward, her knee pressed against Alex's in a way that was absolutely innocent, unless it wasn't, in which case it absolutely wasn't. Never even wanted to? Well, Bobby said, there was one night on Mars. I think we were both feeling a little lonely. I'd probably have made out with him if he'd asked. I can't know that, Alex said, suddenly flushed with heat and unable to look Bobby in the eye. You can't tell me that. Ip kept her leg pressed to his and cocked her head at him. The question was clear. Is this a thing you're still working out? Alex smiled back at her. No, it was never really a thing. Naomi's voice lifted, carrying over the murmur of conversation and the music both. She was leaning over her table, finger raised to make some boozy point to Chava. He couldn't make out the words, but he knew her tones of voice well enough to know it wasn't anger. Not real anger, anyway. For that, Naomi got quiet. The server reappeared with a tray of drinks, and Ip leaned across to get hers, then didn't lean all the way back. Alex felt something in the back of his mind relax. It had been a long time since he'd made this particular kind of mistake. Figured he was about due. Y'all excuse me for a minute, he said. Need to find the head. Hurry back, Ip said. Count on it. Walking across the floor, past the bar, and to the back hall, Alex felt like something out of a bawdy joke. Soldiers pairing off after battle was about as old and worn a scenario as there was. But it had gotten that way for a reason. The tension going into battle wasn't like any other feeling Alex had ever had, and the relief when it let up was bone deep and intoxicating. It wasn't only him or Ip. It wasn't even only sex. He'd known sailors as locked down and shipshape as a training manual picture who'd come through action and spent the hours afterward weeping or puking. There was one pilot, Jeanne, her name was, suffered chronic insomnia that even medication could only manage. Every night she'd be up for an hour between 2 and 3 in the morning, except after an action when she slept like a baby the whole night through. It was what came of being a primate, with a body built for the Pleistocene savanna. Fear and relief and lust and joy were all packed into the same little network of nerves somewhere deep in his amygdalae, and sometimes they touched. The flight out from Earth had been short and hard and seemed to last forever. The long-range sensors showed no active threats between the ports on Luna and the belt. But all the way out, the thought hung in the air like smoke. Were there rocks falling undetected toward Earth? Toward Mars? Was Marco Inaros 3 steps ahead of them, the way he always seemed to be? Even Fred Johnson had seemed preoccupied, pacing through the halls with his hands clasped behind his back. The Battle of Ceres was coming. The first fight in the war, since the first straight-up ambush. The combined fleet would find out just how badass a bunch of belters piloting stolen Martian warships really were. And there was reason to expect that would be pretty damned badass. When the drive plumes had lit up the scans of Ceres, Alex felt it in his throat. Long-range battle. Torpedoes launched at extreme range in unpredictable vectors, designed to come in fast and hard, hoping to slip by the PDCs. He wondered if Mars had ever managed to build a good stealth torpedo, and if the traitors who'd supplied the Free Navy would have traded in them if they did exist. He'd spent hours in his crash couch, chasing every anomaly the Rossi's sensor arrays spat out, whether they were above threat threshold or not. When he did sleep, it was all he dreamed about. When the data came back that the Free Navy ships were burning away, scattered as seeds, he, like every pilot in the combined fleet, looked for the strategy in it. The loops of gravity and thrust that showed where the battle would come together, what the enemy had in its mind. Every time he came up with nothing, felt like a threat. The certainty that there was a pattern, and he just wasn't smart enough to see it, knotted at the base of his skull until his eyes throbbed. His only comfort was that the crews of the Earth and Mars navies, who lived and breathed battle tactics, were as frustrated as he was. When the Free Navy's trap snapped shut, they'd all die surprised together. Only, it kept not happening. When the first ships reached the docks, 2 troop carriers from Earth, 1 from Mars, Alex had held his breath. Ceres was the port city of the belt, and it was sitting there as unguarded and inviting as bait in a trap. Traffic control gave permission to approach. The combined fleet took berths. Soldiers spilled out into the docks. The moment for resistance came and went. Reports started filtering back, many of them to Fred Johnson. The Free Navy was gone. There was no armed resistance. No soldiers, only a handful of booby traps, empty storerooms and reservoirs, and a security force stripped to its skeleton and anxious to surrender to anyone willing to take charge. The battle for Ceres Station never came. Instead, The combined fleet and the local engineering unions put together an emergency response team that was even now jerry-rigging the environmental systems and recycling plants to keep the station from collapsing. Fred Johnson had spent all his time before the Rocinante docked trading tight-beam messages with Avasarala on Luna, and whoever would answer back from Mars, where the no-confidence vote on Smith had ballooned to a full-scale constitutional crisis. After they docked, Fred, a security detail in tow, had vanished into a whirlwind of meetings with local OPA groups, unions, and the thin, traumatized remains of the administrative staff. The rest of the crew went to the bar. It had been strange at first, still was strange when he thought about it, watching the people of Ceres Station react to their new invaders. Everyone Alex met seemed built out of confusion and relief and anger and a kind of formless grief that spread out through the station hallways like a vapor. Ceres was a huge port, independent of the inner planets for years, and now maybe reconquered by them, or maybe rescued. No one seemed to know if the combined fleet was the avenging hammer of Earth or the final proof that Fred Johnson's OPA was a legitimate political force, or if maybe something bigger and stranger had happened. The smiles of the Ceres natives were tentative, and they carried shards of rage and loss in their eyes. Even here at the Blue Frog, where the crews were welcomed and served the best of what little remained, the fleet and the natives pulled apart, uncertain of each other, segregated by choice and history. Alex found himself thinking of it as belters at the bar and inners at the tables, but that wasn't true. Ip and Mfume and all of Fred's people were OPA. Even the divisions between people seemed new, and nobody was quite sure yet which unspoken rules applied. Alex came out of the men's room to a wall of sound. In the few minutes he'd been indisposed, someone had cranked up the karaoke and was shouting out a boozy version of Noko Dada's version of No Volveré, but without any of the harmony parts. He paused at the end of the bar and looked out over the tables, hoping to find a corner where he could have a quiet word with Sandra Ip away from the stage. Holden was at a table by himself, hunched over a white mug with a ferocious scowl on his face. Alex felt a tug of anxiety. Back at his table, Bobby and Ip were talking over each other while Mfume laughed. Ip looked over toward him, grinned, and patted the seat beside her. He held up a finger, 1 minute, and sloped over toward Holden. "Hey there, partner," Alex said. "You holding together all right?" Holden looked up and around like he was surprised to find himself there. Then, after a moment, "Yeah, no, I'm all right." Alex tilted his head. "Seems like you just said 3 different things in a row." Yeah, I did, didn't I? I'm fine." He nodded at the small gold packet in Alex's hand. "What's that?" Alex held it up. He'd gotten the packet from a dispenser in the men's room. The foil had a dragon's head embossed on it and some nonsense kanji that didn't mean anything. Holden's brow furrowed. "Sobriety meds?" Alex felt himself blushing and tried to hide it by smiling. "Well, I'm thinking I may be in a situation here pretty soon where everybody needs to be able to agree to whatever they're agreeing to." "Always a gentleman," Holden said. "Mama raised me right. But seriously, are you doing okay? Because you're staring at that coffee like it called you bad names." Holden glanced down at his cup. The song sloped down to the rough trill at the end. The applause was scattered and weak. Holden turned his coffee mug on the table, setting the black surface dancing. The porcelain scraped against the tabletop until the chords of a new tune crashed out, and a woman's voice starting on a belter Creole cover of Ched Khalid drowned it out. When Holden spoke, his voice barely carried over the music. I keep thinking about my dad calling Belters skinnies right in front of Naomi, and the way she took it. Family can be rough, Alex said, especially when emotions are kind of high. True, but that's not what's... Holden opened his hands, a gesture of frustration. I always thought if you gave people all the information, they'd do the right thing, you know? Not always, maybe, but usually. More often than when they chose to do the wrong thing, anyway. Everybody's a little naive sometimes, Alex said, feeling as the words passed his lips that maybe he wasn't quite following Holden's point. Maybe he should have taken the first of the sobriety pills before he'd left the men's room. I meant fact, Holden went on, as if he hadn't heard Alex at all. I thought if you told people facts, they'd draw their conclusions, and because the facts were true, the conclusions mostly would be too. But we don't run on facts. We run on stories about things, about people. Naomi told me that when the rocks fell, the people on Inaris' ship cheered. They were happy about it. Yeah, well, Alex paused, rubbing a knuckle across his upper lip. Consider they might all be a bag of assholes. They weren't killing people. In their heads, they were striking a blow for freedom or independence, or making it right for all the Belter kids that got shitty growth hormones, all the ships that got impounded because they were behind on the registration fees. And it's just the same back home. Father Cesar's a good man. He's gentle, and he's kind, and he's funny, and to him, Belters are all free Navy and radical OPA. If someone killed Pallas, he'd be worried about what the drop in refining capacity would do before he thought about how many preschools there are on the station, or if the station manager's son liked writing poetry, or that blowing the station meant that Annie down in Pallas Central Accounting wasn't going to get to throw her big birthday party after all. Annie? Alex asked. I made her up. Whoever. The thing is, I wasn't wrong about telling people the truth. I was right about that. I was wrong about what they needed to know, and maybe I can fix that. I mean, I feel like I should at least try. Okay, Alex said. He was pretty sure he'd lost the thread of whatever they were talking about a while back, but Holden seemed at least less brooding. So, that means you're about to do something? Holden nodded slowly, then drank off all that was left of his coffee at once, put the mug on the table, and clapped Alex's shoulder. Yeah, I am. Thank you. Glad I could help, he said. And then to Holden's retreating back, at least I think I am. Back at the table, Sandra Ip had switched to club soda. Bobby and Arnold were comparing stories about free climbing at different gravities, and Naomi and Clarissa Mao were at the edge of the stage getting ready to take a turn singing. Ip caught a glimpse of the foil package in Alex's hand, and her smile was a promise that things were going to go very, very well for him. Still, she must have read something in his expression, or the way he held himself when he sat down. Everything okay? She asked. Alex shrugged. I'll tell you when I find out. Chapter 17. Holden. The girl was something like 192 centimeters, and she would have towered over him if she weren't sitting down. Her hair was cut close to her scalp, in what Holden figured was fashionable for adolescent Belter girls these days. There were probably hundreds of microfeeds about it, which he didn't follow. Or maybe she was a rebel, and the hairstyle was all her own. Either way, it made the slightly enlarged head less pronounced. She sat at the edge of the bench, looking around at the Rocinante's galley like she was regretting that she'd come. The older woman she called Tia stood against the wall, scowling, a chaperone who wasn't impressed with anything she saw. I'll just be a second here, Holden said. The software package Monica Stewart had sent him assumed a level of proficiency he didn't have. and he'd managed somehow to turn off some of its intelligence defaults. The girl nodded tightly and plucked at her sari. Holden hoped his smile was reassuring, or, failing that, amusing. Really, I've just about... Wait. Okay, there. Her image appeared in his hand terminal with tiny overlays for color correction, sound correction, and something labeled DS/3 that he didn't know what it was. Still, she looked good. All right, Holden said. So I figure anyone who watches this is going to know who I am. Could you maybe just say your name? Alice Caspar, she said, her voice flat. She could have been a political prisoner, the way she spoke. So, it wasn't going too well yet. Great, he lied. Okay, and where do you live? Sirius Station, she said. And then an awkward pause. Salatorque District. And, what do you do? She nodded, settling into herself. Ever since Ceres broke away from Earth control, my family's been running a financial coordination service, converting script from different corporations and governments into compatible. My family-based peace-loving people. The pressure that the inner planets put on the Belters is not the fault of... Let me break in for just a second, Holden said. Alice went silent, looked down. Somehow Monica made doing this seem really easy. Holden was starting to see how that might actually be the product of years of experience and practice, and not something he could jump into without guidance. Except, he didn't have time for that. So he forged ahead. When we met like 4 hours ago, you were with some of your friends in the corridor? Alice blinked, confused, and looked at Tia. The little incredulous glance was the first time the girl had looked like herself since she'd come on board. It was really amazing, Holden said. I mean, I was walking by and I saw you all there, and I was really impressed. Could you tell me about that? Shinsen? Alice said. Is that what you call it? The thing with the glass balls? Not glass, Alice said. Resin. Okay, yes, Holden said, pouring enthusiasm out toward her like dropping water onto a sponge. It all seemed to just soak in and vanish. And then Alice chuckled. It didn't matter that it was more at him than with him. Could you do it again? Here? She laughed, covering her mouth with one hand. For a long second, he thought she might call the whole thing to a halt. But then she plucked a little bag from her hip and took out 4 brightly colored clear spheres, a little larger and softer than the marbles Holden had played with as a boy. Carefully, she set them between her fingers, resting between the second knuckles. She started singing a high, choppy chant, and then stopped, laughed, and shook her head. Can't do this, she said. I can't. Please, just try. It's really great. It's dumb, she said. It's kid thing. I'm really immature. When she looked at Tia again, Holden glanced too. The old woman was glowering just as deeply as before, but there was a glimmer of amusement in her ancient eyes. Alice settled, laughed, settled again, and started chanting. When the rhythm was established, she started clapping her hands together gently and passing the spheres from hand to hand, making them seem to dance independently of her. Every now and then the chant would hit a syncopated passage so that one of the balls could drop into her palm and get tossed across to be captured between her opposite fingers. When she reached the end, she stopped, looked shyly toward Holden and shook her head. Better with 2 people, she said. Like partners? He said. Duet. Her glance behind him was no more than a flutter. But Holden knew what it meant, and a touch of glee leapt into his heart. He turned to the stone-faced chaperone, who hoisted an eyebrow at him. Do you, Tia? He said. Do you know how to do Shinsen? She snorted in military-grade derision. When she came forward, Alice made room for her and handed over two of the spheres. They seemed smaller between Tia's thick fingers. The old woman lifted her chin, and for a moment Holden knew exactly what she'd look like at Alice's age. The chant was more complex this time, sung as a round with the rhythms of one part informing and supporting whatever was happening in the other woman's voice. The clear, colored spheres danced between their hands as they clapped palms together, crossing and recrossing, adding their claps to the song. At the moments of syncopation, they tossed the spheres across the space between them and caught them in their knuckles. By the end, both women were grinning. At the end, Tia tossed all the spheres up one after another so quickly they were all in the air at the same moment, and then caught them in one hand. It wasn't a trick that could have worked at a full G. Holden clapped, and the older woman nodded, accepting his applause like a queen. "That is amazing. It's wonderful," Holden said. "How do you learn how to do that?" Alice shook her head in disbelief at the strange earther and his childish delights. "It's just Shinsin," she said. And then her eyes went wide, and the blood drained from her face. "Mr. Holden," Fred Johnson said, "will you have a moment?" "Yes, sure," Holden said. "We were just... Yeah, give me a second. I'll be in ops." Fred smiled and nodded to the two Belter women. "Ladies?" Holden closed down the software, thanked Alice and Tia, and walked them to the airlock, out and into the docks. After they'd gone, he watched the captured video. Girl and woman, with their voices and hands playing against each other, the not-quite marbles weaving between them like a third player in the game. It was exactly the kind of thing he'd hoped for. He ran the compression and sent it to Tycho Station and Monica Stewart, just the same way he had the others. He'd hoped to get a lot more done. He'd interviewed a researcher who worked on Sirius Station, self-educated through networked tutorials, plying him with yeasty beer until the older man was loose and comfortable enough to wax passionate about the beauty of tardigrades. He'd talked to a nutritionist from the hydroponic fields, who'd only agreed if she could explain the water shortage situation on Ceres, and wound up being the clearest voice of grief and fear that he'd heard. He talked to a man who was alleged to be the oldest Belter on the station, who told a long and probably apocryphal story about the first licensed brothel to open there. And that was all, so far. 4 interviews, none of them terribly long. Hopefully it was enough for Monica to work with. She'd promised him that a lot could be saved in editing. The docks weren't as busy as he was used to seeing them. Especially after the press and barely controlled chaos of Luna, Ceres seemed wounded, still reeling from the blows it had suffered. The carts and loading mechs stood idle, waiting for a ship to arrive with supplies, or some warehouse on the station that still had something worth sending away. He'd heard once about reperfusion injuries. When a limb had been pressed until all the blood was gone, the flood, when it came back, could break vessels, bleed into the cellular matrix. He remembered thinking at the time how strange it was for something normal, necessary, and life-giving to cause damage just by showing back up. Ceres was like that now. But he couldn't tell if the combined fleet was the blood returning, or if some other flood would have to come before Ceres could take stock of how badly it had been wounded. On his way back in, he passed Gordroga and Amos in the locker room, running down a short that was making one of the ventilation fans run slow. Clarissa Mao was talking to them both from down in engineering. It was the sort of problem that a ship with a full crew had the spare cycles to address. At the lift, he had to wait for Javalombao to squeeze past him before he got in. The truth was that with all of Fred's people and Holden's, the Rocinante still had a little less than the full crew she'd been meant to carry. That it felt crowded to him wasn't the ship design, but his own habits and expectations. A full crew would be tighter, more compressed, more like a normal Navy ship. Holden knew that. He even knew that in some ways having the extra people would keep them all safer. The Rocinante was built with a lot of redundant backups. The crew was supposed to be the same way. It hadn't worked out that way, though. Another mechanic wouldn't be Amos. Another pilot wouldn't be Alex. People were more than the roles they played in the function of the ship, and they weren't replaceable. And what was true of the Rocinante held for the larger field of humanity as well. The lift stopped. Fred Johnson looked up from the ship controls, nodding to Holden. The lights were at the same dim settings that Alex preferred, and the backsplash from the screens left Fred's skin looking darker than it was. Maura Patel sat across the deck, diagnostics spooling across the communications controls on her screen and headphones over her ears. Holden dropped into a couch beside Fred's and swiveled to face him. "You wanted me?" "Couple things. I'm setting up shop on Ceres for now. Avasarala is going to recognize me as acting governor," Fred said. "I'm pulling in all my favors. Everyone I know with any influence from the OPA, I'll bring them here." "That sounds like an invitation to assassinate you." "The risk is necessary. I don't know if my crew will be staying here or going to Tycho without me. I'm waiting on word from Drummer about that. One way or the other, I'll get them out of your hair." Okay. But they're sort of growing on me. So, what did you really want to talk about? Fred nodded once, a short, hard motion. "Do you think Draper will be able to speak for Mars?" Holden laughed. "Like, speak for ambassador, speak for? Negotiate with the OPA? Because I was pretty sure that was up to Mars. We may not be in a position to wait for them to get their ducks in a row. Smith's out and Richards is in. But an opposition coalition's formed that want to put investigating the remaining military ahead of everything else. For example, Richards and Avasarala are working on it, but I need a Martian face with me if I'm going to make this combined Navy hold together. With my background, I can't represent the best of Earth to the Belt. I've been doing that for years, and I've built up a lot of trust. But unless I have a representative from Mars, I won't be bringing anything new to the table. Especially with a free Navy flying Martian ships. And Norris's stock is very high right now." "Seriously?" "Because it looks a lot like he just walked away from the biggest port in the Belt." Fred shrugged eloquently. "His apologists are good at their jobs, and everything is in the shadow of what he did to Earth. Sorrento Gillis, Gal, all of them. They underestimated the anger in the Belt, and the desperation. People want Inaros to be a hero. And so what he does, they interpret as heroism. Even running away? He won't only run away. Don't know what he's got in mind, but he isn't about to retire. And Ceres Station, it's a white elephant now. Just keeping the environmental systems running isn't going to be trivial. We may have to consolidate. Concentrate people physically and abandon parts of the station, which will be interpreted as Earth and Mars kicking Belters out of their homes by Inaros and his cabal." Holden ran a hand through his hair. "Yeah, that's messed up. It's politics, and it's why we need the OPA. There is support for us in the Belt, but it needs cultivation. And we have a few things going for us. They can call themselves a Navy, but they're amateurs. The kind of roughshod that thinks discipline is the same as punishment. Rumor is there's already some dissent in Marco's leadership. Probably it's over his tactics with Ceres. I still don't understand why Dawes would let him walk away from the station, but well, clearly he did. And Avasarala is keeping a lid on Earth. If the UN had crumbled the way Mars has, I don't know what we'd do. This, Holden said, try to gather some allies. Pretty much the same thing you're going to do anyway, only with less hope that it would work. Fred stretched, his joints popping, then sighed back down into the gel of the couch. The diagnostics on the comm panel flickered, and Patel tapped the run results. As far as she was concerned, the two of them might as well not have been there. You're probably right, Fred said. Still, I'm glad it's not worse. Not yet, anyway. Maybe we'll get lucky, and Anars will get himself killed without us. It wouldn't be enough, Fred said. Earth's broken. It will be for generations. Mars may or may not collapse, but there's still the gates, still the colony worlds. Still all the pressures that keep the belt on the edge of starvation, and even less of what makes it valuable. There's no getting back to the status quo ante. We've got to move forward. Which brings us back to Draper. You've worked with her. Can she do the job? Honestly, I think the best person to ask is her. We all know her. We all like her. I trust her with my ship, and I wouldn't trust you with that. If she thinks she can, then I think she can. And if she thinks she can't, then ask Avasarla, Holden said. I already know her opinion. All right, thank you. And I'm going to regret asking. Do I want to know what you were doing with those two women in the galley? Maura Patel shifted in her chair, the first sign that she was listening to them at all. Filming them. That thing with clapping and marbles. It was really visually interesting, and Monica said that was something to be looking for. I'm doing these interviews, and she's helping me edit and distribute them. And why are you doing that? It's what's missing in all of this, Holden said. It's what let things get this bad. We don't see each other as people. Even the feeds are always about weird things, aberrations. All the times that a belt station doesn't have a riot, those days aren't news. It has to be an uprising or a protest or a system failure. Just being here, living a normal life, that's not part of what the people on Earth or Mars hear about. So you... Fred closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. You're reaching for more unapproved press releases? You remember starting a war that way once? Exactly. That was talking about an aberration because I thought that was what people needed to know. But they need all the context, too. What it's like to be a teenager with his first crush on Ceres. Or to worry about your dad getting old on Palace Station. The things that make people here the same as people everywhere. Belters rain hell down on Earth, Fred said slowly. And you respond by trying to humanize Belters? You know there's going to be a raft of people who'll call you a traitor for that. I'd be doing the same thing on Earth. But I'm not there right now. If people call me names, they do. I'm just trying to make it a little harder for people to feel comfortable killing each other. Fred's screen put up an alert. He glanced at it, dismissed it. You know, if anyone else came up with the idea that they ought to put themselves in the middle of a war so they could sing songs and hold hands and sow peace for all mankind, I'd call it narcissistic opportunism. Maybe megalomania. But it's not anyone else? So we're good? Fred lifted his hands, a gesture made of equal weights amusement and despair. I want a private word with Draper. I'll let her know, Holden said, standing up. I can reach her myself. And Holden... He turned back. In the dimness, Fred's eyes were so dark the iris and the pupil were the same shade of black. He looked old, weary, focused. Yes, Holden said. The song those two were singing? Get the lyrics translated before you broadcast it. Just in case. Chapter 18. Philip. The Pella coasted through the black, one node in a network of dark ships that traded tight beams and compared strategies and planned. Stealth wasn't possible in the strict sense. The enemy would be scanning the vault of the heavens for the Free Navy's ships just as much as they were tracking the drive plumes of Earth and Mars and everyone else in the system. The universe was billions of points of unwavering light. Stars and galaxies stretching out through time and space, their photon streams bent by gravity lensing and shifted by the speed of the universe's expansion. The flicker of a drive might be overlooked or confused with another light source, or hidden by one of the widely scattered asteroids that inhabited the system, like dust motes in a cathedral. There was no way to know how many of their ships the Inners had managed to identify and track. There was no certainty that their own sensor arrays had targeted all of the so-called combined Navy's vessels. The scale of the vacuum alone built uncertainty. The Inners were easier, since so many of theirs had burned for Ceres. But who's to say there weren't a few scattered hunters, dark and ballistic in the void? Marco had a handful of Free Navy like that, or at least that was what Carl said. Ships that hadn't even been used in the first attacks, cruising in their own orbits like warm asteroids, sleepers, waiting for their moment. And maybe that was even true, though Philip hadn't heard it directly from his father yet. And he liked to think his father would tell him anything. The days were long and empty, wound tightly around a single, overwhelming question. The counterstrike would come. The attack that would prove that stepping back from Ceres was a tactical choice and not a show of weakness. More than anything that had come before, it would be the event, Marco said this and Philip believed it, that made clear what made the Free Navy unbeatable. In the gym and the galley, the crew speculated. Tycho Station was the heart of the collaborationist wing of the OPA. Mars had suffered least in the initial attack and deserved the same punishment as Earth. Luna had become the new center of UN power. Kelso Station and Rhea had rejected the Free Navy and shown their true colors. Or there were the mining operations scattered throughout the belt that answered to Earth-based corporations. They were easy pickings and couldn't be defended. Or taking a solid hold on Ganymede, claiming and protecting the food supply of the belt. There was even some talk of sending recovery forces out through the ring. Take back from the colonies what should never have been there in the first place. Or install platforms above the new planets and extract tribute from them. Reverse the political order and put all the bastards at the bottom of all the wells in chains. Philip only smiled and shrugged, letting it look like he knew more than he did. Marco hadn't told even him what the plan was. Not yet. And then the message came. I always respected you. That was how she began. Michio Pa, the head of the conscription effort. Philip remembered her, but he hadn't had an opinion about her before now. She was a competent leader, a little famous for stepping in when the Behemoth's captain had lost his mind in the slow zone. His father liked her because she hated Fred Johnson, had defected from him, and because she was a belter and pretty to look at, and the face that the belt would see when the colony ships cracked their guts open and spilled out their treasures. Only now she stared into a camera on her ship, her hair pulled back, her dark eyes serious. She didn't look pretty. I have always respected you, sir. The work you have done for the independence of the belt has been critical, and I'm proud to be part of it. I want to make it very clear before we go forward that my loyalty to our cause is unwavering and complete. On sober reflection, and after a great deal of consideration, I find I have to disagree with the change in the plan for the conscription. While I understand the strategic importance of denying materiel to the enemy, I can't, in good conscience, withhold it from the citizens of the belt who are in immediate need. Because of this, I have chosen to proceed with the conscription efforts as originally outlined. Technically, this is disobeying an order. But I have great faith that when you reflect on how the needs of our people brought us to form the Free Navy, you'll agree it is the best way forward. She signed off with the Free Navy salute, the one his father had created when he made everything else. Philip queued it up again, watching from the start to the end again, aware of Marco's gaze on him as much as the woman on the screen. The galley around them was empty. No, not just empty. Emptied. Whether they'd been ordered to or not, the crew of the Pella had evacuated the space and left it for Marco and Philip. If it hadn't been for a smell of curry lingering in the air, the stains of coffee on the table, it might have been their first time on the ship. He didn't know how many times his father had viewed the message, how he had taken it the first time he'd seen it, or what the mild expression he wore now meant. Philip's uncertainty knotted at the bottom of his abdomen. Being shown the message was a test, and he didn't know quite what he was meant to do with it. After the second time Michio Pa saluted, Marco stretched his shoulders back, a physical symbol that they were switching to the next part of whatever their conversation was. "It's mutiny," Philip said. "It is," Marco said, his voice and expression reasonable and calm. "Do you think she's right?" "No," leapt to Philip's throat. But he stopped it there. It was too obvious an answer. He tried yes in his mind, feeling the pressure of his father's attention like it was heat radiating from him. He discarded it too. "It doesn't matter," he said slowly. "Whether she's right or wrong is beside the point. She broke with your authority." Marco reached out and tapped the tip of Philip's nose the way he'd done when they were only a father and son, not war leader and lieutenant. Marco's eyes softened, his focus shifting elsewhere. Philip felt a momentary and irrational stab of loneliness. "She did," Marco said. "Even if she were right, she isn't, but if, how could I let this go? It would be an invitation to chaos. Chaos." He chuckled, shaking his head. Anger would have been less frightening. Philip's uncertainty shifted in his gut. Were they destroyed then? Was it all falling apart? The vision of the system his father had dreamed. Void cities, the belt blooming into a new kind of humanity, free from the oppression of Earth and Mars, the Free Navy as the order of the worlds, stuttered. He caught a glimpse of what the other future could look like. The death and the struggle and the war. The corpse Earth and the ghost town Mars, and the shards of the Free Navy picking at each other until nothing was left. It was what Marco meant when he said chaos. Philip was sure of that. Nausea welled up in him. Someone should have kept that from happening. He shook his head. "Someday," Marco said, and then again, still without finishing the thought, "Someday." "Do we do?" Philip asked. Marco shrugged with his hands. "Stop trusting women," he said, then flicked a foot against the wall, launching himself to the doorway. Philip watched as Marco grabbed a handhold and pulled himself away down the hall toward his cabin. All the questions he hadn't answered floating invisibly behind him. Left alone, Philip killed the sound to the screen and replayed her message again. He'd met this woman. He'd been in a room with her and heard her voice, and he hadn't seen her for the traitor she was, for the agent of chaos. She saluted, and he tried to see fear in her, or malice, anything more than a professional delivering a message he expected to be badly received. He played the message again. Her eyes were black and hate-filled, or steeled against dread. Her gestures were soaked in contempt, or controlled like a fighter preparing to lose a match. With a little practice and will, he found he could see anything he chose in her. A soft sound came from behind him. Sarta sloped into the room feet first and caught herself in a foothold on the wall, locking her ankle in place and absorbing the inertia with her knees. Her smile had the same bleakness that Philip felt, and he suffered a moment's anger that she should feel what he did. Carl's voice came from the lift, talking in low, careful tones. Rosenfeld answered, too low to make out the words. They knew Marco was gone then. The private audience concluded. Sarta pointed to the screen with her chin. Is some shit, okay? Fishing for information. Looking to know what Marco hadn't seen fit to tell her or anyone else. He saw it coming, Philip said. He wasn't even lying. Marco might not have said as much, but it was still true. Philip tapped his temple. Knew to expect it. Everything going to be just fine. 3 more days on the float, and Philip knew it wasn't only the crew of the Pella who were feeling anxious. Every hour, it seemed, brought another round of contact requests. Encrypted tight beam messages flooded into the Pella's queue and waited there for Marco's response. Rosenfeld, as part of the inner circle, stepped in where he could. He went so far as to appropriate the command deck as a kind of private office. The war center in absentia until Marco came back out of his tent, whatever that meant. For Philip, it was all an exercise in projecting confidence. His father had a plan. He'd gotten them all this far, and there was no reason to doubt he would get them the rest of the way. The others agreed with him, or at least seemed to when he was in the room. He wondered what they said when he was elsewhere. They'd all been through battle together. They'd shared their victories and the long, patient hours waiting for their traps to spring. This was different. The waiting was the same, but not being sure what they were waiting for made it feel like maybe they were waiting for nothing, even for him. Near the end of the 3rd day, Rosenfeld asked Philip to join him in the command center. The older man looked tired, but his cyst-ridden skin made reading his expressions difficult. Rosenfeld had turned all the screens off. The command center felt smaller without their displays to give the illusion of depth and light. Rosenfeld floated beside one of the crash couches. His body canted a few degrees from the ship in a way that made him seem both taller and subtly threatening. So, young Master Enaros, Rosenfeld said, it seems we have a problem. Don't see it, Philip said. But the amusement in the older man's eyes was enough to show how weak his words sounded. Rosenfeld pretended Philip hadn't spoken. The longer we go without responding to, call them, changes in the situation, the longer we go, the more doubt starts to grow. Yeah? Father Enaros is the face and voice of the Free Navy. Has been since the beginning. His skill, yeah? His peculiar gift. But, Rosenfeld spread his hands, but he isn't here. He has a plan, Philip said. We have a problem. We can't wait for him much longer. Haven't told anyone. Hasn't found its way to the grapevine. But the problem's now, not tomorrow. Even the light lag may make us too late now. What is it? Philip asked. Witch of Endor. It's at Palace. All the cash safes we threw out into the void? Captain Al-Dujaili has started gathering them back up. Says it's under orders from his commander. And he doesn't mean us. That's the 5th ship broken for Pa. Meantime, the butcher's on Ceres, his ass keeping Dawes' chair warm. Calling for a meeting of the OPA clans, yeah? Black Sky, Carlos Walker, administration on Reyes looking to send a delegation. Free Navy made a statement when we broke Earth's chains. Statement was, the revolution is already over. That we'd won. Inevitable. Already happened to us. Only now, maybe not. Philip's gut was tight. Anger warmed his throat and shoved his jaw forward like a tumor at the base of his jaw. He didn't know who he was angry with, but the rage was deep and powerful. Maybe Rosenfeld saw it, because his voice changed, became softer. Your father, he's a great man. Great men, they're not like you or me. They have other needs, other rhythms. It's what sets them apart. But sometimes they go so far into the void, we lose sight of them. They lose sight of us. That's where little people like me come through, yeah? Keep the engines running. Keep the filters clean. Do the needful things until the great man comes back to us. Yeah, Philip said, the rage still shoving its way up his neck, filling his head. Worst thing we can do is wait, Rosenfeld said. Better that we point all our ships the wrong direction than that we leave them too long floating. Change it later. Bring them back. They think the situation shifted. Put them on the burn. They know they're going somewhere. Yeah, Philip said. See that? Time. comes to say it. If it's not him, it's going to be me. For him, yeah, but me. Not a bad thing if you stood with. Make everyone know it's me for him, not another pal. You want to give orders to the Navy. I want orders given, Rosenfeld said. Don't care who does it. Barely care what the orders are, just there are some. No one but him, Philip said. There was a buzz in his voice. His hands ached, and he didn't know why until he looked and saw them in fists. My father made the Free Navy. He makes the calls. Then he has to make them now, and he won't listen to me. I'll talk to him, Philip said. Rosenfeld lifted a hand in thanks and blinked his thick, pebbled eyes. He's lucky to have you, Rosenfeld said. Philip didn't answer, just took one of the handholds, turned himself, and launched down the throat of the ship where the lift would have risen and fallen if there were any up and down to guide it. His mind was a clutter of different emotions. Anger at Michio Pa, distrust of Rosenfeld, guilt for something he couldn't put a name to, fear, even a kind of desperate elation, like pleasure without being pleasure. The walls of the lift tube skinned past him as he drifted almost imperceptibly to the port. If I reach the crew deck without touching the wall, everything will be all right. An irrational thought. And still, when he grabbed a handhold and swung into the corridor that led to Marco's quarters without having to correct his path, he felt a little relief. And when he reached his father's door, it was even justified. The fear he'd carried with him of his father wrecked by betrayal, glass-eyed, unshaven, maybe even weeping, were nothing like the man who opened the cabin door. Yes, the sockets of his eyes were a little darker than usual. Yes, there was a scent in his room like sweat and metal. But his smile was bright, and his focus clear. Philip found himself wondering what had kept him locked up so long. If he felt a twinge of annoyance, it was overwhelmed by the warmth of seeing his father back again. Behind Marco, tucked in at the edge of one of the cabinets, a strip of fabric spoke of something light and feminine. Philip wondered which of the crew had been here to comfort his father, and for how long. Marco listened to Philip's report with a gentle attention, nodding with his hands at each point of importance, letting Philip cover everything. Fred Johnson, the Witch of Endor, Rosenfeld's half-spoken threat to take the reins without interrupting him. Philip felt the anger slip away as he spoke, his gut relaxing as the anxiety faded, until by the end he wiped away a tear that had nothing to do with sorrow and everything to do with relief. Marco put a hand on Philip's shoulder, a soft grip that held the two of them together. We pause when it's time to pause, and we strike when it's time to strike, Marco said. I know, Philip said. It's only... He didn't know how to end the thought, but his father smiled anyway, as if he understood. Marco gestured at the cabin system, opening a connection request for Rosenfeld. The pebble-skinned man appeared on the screen almost at once. Marco, he said, good to have you back among the living. To the underworld, and return with wisdom, Marco said, a sharpness in his voice. Didn't frighten you with my absence, did I? Not as long as you came back, Rosenfeld said through a rough laugh. We have a full plate, old friend. Too much needs doing. Philip had the sense that a second conversation was happening between the men he couldn't quite parse, but he kept quiet and watched. Less soon, Marco said. Send me the tracking data for all the ships still answering to Pa's commands. You tell your guard ships at Palace which of Endor's gone rogue. Jam it, kill it, and send the battle data to us. No mercy for traitors. Rosenfeld nodded. And Fred Johnson? Butcher will bleed in his turn, Marco said. Never fear. This war's just beginning. Chapter 19. Pa. Iapetus Station wasn't on the moon itself, but in locked orbit around it. The station's design was old. Two long, counter-rotating arms supporting habitation rings, a central docking station on the axis. Lights glittered on the surface of the moon, marking automated stations where the ice was quarried and split. On their approach, there was a point where the station and moon, and the ringed bulk of Saturn behind it, were all the same size on the screen. An illusion of perspective. The docks were almost filled with ancient water haulers that the tariffs had kept from harvesting the moon. No one was enforcing the fees anymore, and all the ships that could were taking advantage of the opportunity. Tugs flying tea kettle rose up from the surface or dropped down toward it. Shipping containers filled with ice studded the hulls of the haulers like a crust of salt. The administration of Iapetus hadn't sided with Marco and the Free Navy or against them, but they weren't losing the chance to shrug off the strictures of Earth and Mars either. Michio watched the traffic control data and tried to see it more as liberty and freedom, less as grabbing what there was to take and getting away while the getting was good. The comm channel opened. A request from Iapetus control. She could have let Oksana answer it, but impatience won out. This is the Conet, she said. Bien, Conet. Iapetus by here. We're sliding the Hornblower into berth 16. Good to go in half an hour, yeah? That'll do. Here two's have prisoners, yeah? Do. Refugees, too. Hornblower's original crew. Pissed off, then? Not happy, Michio said. Think they'll be grateful to be in rooms that aren't welded shut, though. Your supply officer said you'd be able to take them. Can take contract here. Can book passage to Earth or Mars. Or refugees, can't it was? Prisoners are their own thing. Won't have them hurt, Michio said. Don't want them let free, either. Guests of the station, Iapetus Control said. All marked, good and good. And not official, yeah? Gato for the low. Hydroponics were getting mighty strained with the shipments from Earth Day. Glad we could help, Michio said before she dropped the connection. It was true, too. There was something in her chest, a soft, golden feeling, that came from knowing that the people who would have suffered without her would at least suffer less. She'd spent more time on Rhea than on Iapetus, but she'd had enough experience to know what shortages of hydroponic equipment meant to a station like this. At the least, her shipments would mean the difference between uncertainty and stability. At most, between death and life. It wouldn't have been this way if the belt had been allowed to grow and become independent. But Earth and Mars had kept the labor here on a leash, made of soil analogs and complex organics. Now, thanks to Marco, the belt would have a chance to bootstrap itself up into a sustainable future. Unless, thanks to Marco, it starved and collapsed in the attempt. She hadn't heard back from him one way or the other since she'd called her ships to refuse his orders. Statements of allegiance had come from 8 of her 16 ships. Acknowledgement from 4 more. Only the Ando and the Dagny Taggart had rejected her outright, and even they hadn't taken action yet. Everyone was waiting for Marco to make an announcement. Even her. And every hour he didn't made it seem more possible that he wouldn't. Other voices, though. Oh, there were others. A collective of independent prospecting vessels out of Titania needed replacement parts for their drives. A cargo ship that was also home to a family crew of 20 people suffered a catastrophic failure of their Epstein drive's power systems and were on the drift. Vesta was putting its population on protein rationing until the food relief Michio had promised them actually arrived. Kelso Station, in an irrational fit of altruism, had sent relief supplies to Earth and was now facing shortages of water and helium-3 for the reactors. Centuries of technology and progress had allowed humanity to create a place for itself in the vacuum and radiation of space, but nothing had overcome entropy, or ideology, or bad judgment. The millions of skin-bound complications of salt water and minerals that were human bodies scattered throughout the belt still needed food and air and clean water, energy and shelter, ways to keep from drowning in their own shit or cooking in their waste heat. And through accidents of Marco's charisma and her own idealism, she'd become responsible for it all. But here was her start. The supplies of the Hornblower, instead of flying through the gates and away forever, would feed Iapetus and give the station there the reserves to help others. The Connaught and her sister ships didn't need to solve every distribution issue. Only get the supplies, make them available, and let market forces and the communal nature of the belt take over from there. She hoped it was enough. Oksana, at her station, laughed. It wasn't mirth so much as a kind of amazed disbelief. "Kay?" Evans asked. Oksana shook her head. Michio had known her long enough to read the gesture and the ghost of shame that came with it. Not while I'm on duty. Keeping that division between being family during family time and crew during crew time had always been important to Oksana. Usually it was important to Michio, too, but between waiting for a berth and dreading news of Marco, any distraction was a gift. "What is it, Oksana?" Michio said. "Just something odd in the news feeds out of Ceres, sir," she said. "Well, I don't think it's going to disrupt us. Put it on screen." "Sir," Oksana said. And Michio's controls vanished, replaced by a professional-looking news video, crawl at the bottom and filtering options along the side. And looking out of her screen, the earnest, open face of James Holden. For a moment, Michio was on the behemoth again, and then she was back. Like a long-forgotten smell, or the taste of a food eaten only in childhood, James Holden carried an echo of the guilt and fear, a reminder of violence. Images flickered as Holden spoke. A terribly old belter man with merry eyes, two women, one young and one older, clapping hands together in some game like bat-bat or patty cake or shinsin. A professionally dressed woman with dark skin and a sober expression, standing at a hydroponics tank so long it curved up in the distance with the body of the station. "My name is James Holden, and I want to introduce you to some of the people I've met here on Ceres. I want you to hear their stories. Come to know them the way you do your shipmates and neighbors. I hope you'll carry a little bit of these people with you, the way I do now." "What is this?" Evans asked, laughter in his voice. "What's the trained belter dancing for your fun?" "No, it's Holden," Oksana said. "He's OPA." "En serio?" "Johnson's OPA," Michio said. "He works for Earth, too. And Mars." On the screen, Holden was handing a bulb of beer to the ancient-looking man. The belter's cheeks were already a little flushed, but his voice wasn't slurred at all. "We're 5 men for every woman on the station back then. 5 to 1. "You shipped with him, see?" Oksana asked. "Back in the slow zone?" "A little bit," Michio said. "He's also waking up next to Philipponaros' mother. The one Marco didn't manage to kill. That's him. And he's announcing to Big himself, Alice, where he's bunking?" Oksana said. "So, brave or crazy him?" Not sure I get to criticize, Michio said, just before the fear hit her system. For a fraction of a second, she didn't know why, and then she realized what she was seeing. In the text crawl at the bottom of the screen, and just marching off the side, Witch of Endor. She grabbed the crawl, pulled it back. Ship destroyed by Free Navy, identified as Witch of Endor. She selected the feed. Her screen flickered. Holden and the old Belter laughed about Ceres Station before it had been spun up, but she didn't hear them. On her screen, the hyper-real image of an intelligence telescope showed a ship under high burn, streams of PDC fire seeming to bend as the ship accelerated away from the rounds. From the shape of the curve, she guessed it had been pulling almost 10 Gs. The picture didn't show what she was fleeing from, and the torpedo that managed to penetrate the defenses was moving too fast to see. The ship shifted, spinning for 1/10 of a second, and then blossomed into light. It is unclear, the announcer said, why the Free Navy forces appear to have attacked one of their own ships, but reports confirm drive plumes from several other known enemy locations on vectors inconsistent with an attack of consolidated fleet positions. Sir? Oksana said, and Michio realized she must have said something aloud. She considered Oksana's eyes, respectful and hard. Evans's, soft and alarmed. Her crew and her family. We have Marco's answer, she said. Shift in language is shift in consciousness, yeah? Joseph said. He was dressed in his jumpsuit, as was she. But he was strapped into the crash couch. A complex schematic showed the state of the system as best she knew it. The ships, loyal to the Inners, clustered around Earth and Mars and Ceres in red, the Free Navy, loyal to Marco, in blue. Her own handful of pirates and idealists in green. The independent stations and ships, Ganymede, Iapetus, were white, and a dusting of gold over it all, showing where Marco had buried his treasure chests in the void. Mind is made from analogies, Joseph said, not needing her to contribute to the conversation. Change in ages, change in the frame. Was in against out before, turning into connected against unconnected now. Free Navy, consolidated fleet, the ones who shrug off the chains against the ones who tie themselves together. A direct one-to-one battle against Marco wasn't plausible. He had too many ships, and Michio's appeals to Rosenfeld and Dawes and Sandrani hadn't won her any replies. Though they also hadn't been rejected. Marco was the only one calling her traitor to the cause thus far. The others, she assumed, were only following his lead. Didn't help her in the short term. She traced routes and burns for her green ships, arcs that would keep them out of range of the Free Navy's wrath, and still allow them to send supplies where the need was worst. It was like solving a complex math puzzle without any promise that an optimal solution existed. The search for the least bad answer. Us, freest of the free, disconnected from the disconnected, Joseph went on, and because of that, coming into connection. Alienated because of our commitment to community, yeah? The yang inside the yin, the growing light from inside the dark. Had to be this way. Rule of the universe. Thermodynamics of meaning us. Shikataganai. So free, we only have one option. Because that's how the mind of God is shaped. Minimums and maximums sheeting together like a curve. Like a skin made from interpretation. Michio moved the tactical display into her personal data and reached out, turning herself with one handhold until she faced the crash couch. Joseph gazed at her with an expression of childlike joy. His pupils were so dilated his eyes looked blank. "Got to go do something," she said. "You going to be all right without a babysitter?" Joseph chuckled. "Been a citizen of the mine since before you were born, child bride. I can swim and vacuum and never die." "All right," she said, and set the straps on the couch to restraint with her password as the release. "I'm going to set the system to watch your vitals. May have Lara come sit with you. Tell her to bring her glow set. Play better when I'm stoned." "I'll tell her," Michio said. Joseph took her hand in his, squeezing her fingers gently. He meant something by it. Something deep and subtle and probably not comprehensible by a sober mind. All she saw was the love in it. She dimmed the lights, had the system play soft music, harp and a woman's voice so perfect she assumed it was artificial, and left him alone. On her way up to the command deck, she sent a message to Laura and got a response. Joseph probably didn't need a minder, but better to be safe. She laughed at herself as she steadied her ankle against a foothold. Safe in the little things, reckless in the big ones. Bertolt was in Pa's usual crash couch, music leaking from the earphones on his head and the ship's status monitors showing green and happy on his screen. Everything was fine, as long as he didn't look out too far. He lifted his chin to her as she pulled herself into Oksana's customary station instead. It still felt strange, being in a ship designed by Mars. It was all built with a sensibility she couldn't quite put her finger on, military and rigorous and straight. She couldn't help thinking it was because the designers had grown up with a constant gravity pulling them down, but maybe that wasn't true. Maybe it was just Martian because Mars was like that. Not inners against outers, but the rigid and brittle against the flowing and free. "Matter? Geht's gut?" Bertolt asked as she retrieved the tactical schematic. "Fine, but Joseph decided to get stoned, and I'm just not doing work that goes well with intoxicated mysticism." She felt a stab of regret as soon as she'd said it, though she knew Bertolt wouldn't take her snappishness as more than it was. Still, if the family fell apart in the middle of everything else failing, she wouldn't be able to do this. She needed her rock. Good then that she had it. "You mind if I—" Bertolt asked, and she mirrored her display to his. All the ships, all their vectors. The final reputation of the one ship. Here was humanity in all its fissures and disconnections. She went back to her analysis. Here was how to get a quarter of the lost resources back and only lose 2 of her ships. Here was how to deliver a 10th, but not to the people most in need. Here was how to keep her ship safe and achieve nothing else. "Looks like an amoeba giving birth to twins," Bertolt said. "Sehr fail." "Ugly indeed," Michio said, running another scenario. "Stupid, wasteful, and cruel." Bertolt sighed. When they'd first been married, Michio had been deeply infatuated with him and Nadia both. Their shared passions had mellowed since then, to an intimacy that she appreciated more than sex. It was the trust that let her say what she was seeing, what she was thinking. Let her hear the hard truth spoken in her own voice. "If we're going to do this, I'm going to have to do some things I don't like." Knew that going in, didn't we? Didn't see the details. Bad? In answer, she flipped a variable in the tactical readout. New options opened that hadn't been there before. Recover 60% and lose nothing. Supply the 5 stations at greatest risk of collapse and keep Marco away from Iapetus. Open and possibly control a path to Ganymede for a few weeks at least. Bertolt scowled, working out what she'd done and how she'd done it. When he saw, he grunted. That's a dream, he said. It's not, Michio said. It's an agreement, and two enemies willing to respect it as long as their interests align. It's putting your back to the butcher of Anderson Station. Well, yes, it is that, but I know what he is. I won't make the mistake of trusting him. He'll use us if he can. I'd be stupid not to repay that in kind. If Marco wasn't putting us as his top priority, it would be different, but he's burning hard for our ships. Injured his pride, Sasa. All we need is that the Consolidated Fleet agree not to fire on us and we don't fire on them. And it opens up zones where Marco won't follow. Safe havens. Safe, meaning huddled underneath Fred Johnson's guns, waiting for him to turn them on us. I know, Michio said. And with Johnson, that time will come. When it does, we won't be there. This is a bad plan, Captain, Bertolt said. His voice was gentle, though. He'd already understood. It is. It's the best bad plan I've got. He sighed. Yeah. Well, she said, we could have done things Marco's way. Don't think we could have, Bertolt said. Don't either. What about the stations and ships we're giving to? Some of them going to have guns, have guards. Withhold aid unless they agree to fight and die for us, Michio said. Let them starve if they won't. No, don't. I'm not saying no to that. I'm asking, which is worse? Extort people into being soldiers for us, or negotiate with Fred fucking Johnson? Bertolt pressed a palm to his forehead. No third side to that coin? Die noble? Michio said. Bertolt laughed, and then he didn't. Depends on what the butcher wants. It does, Michio said. So we should ask him. Yeah, fuck, Bertolt said. She saw her own dread and anger and humiliation reflected in his eyes. He knew what even considering this was costing her, and the ruthlessness she treated herself with that made it necessary. I love you. You know that. Always. You too, she said. Doesn't take much before we have to compromise ourselves, does it? Get born, Michio said, pulling the comm controls and setting the tight beam for Ceres. Chapter 20. Naomi. The danger is overreach, Bobby said, hunching over the table and making it seem small. They sucker punched us. We got a couple easy wins coming back. It's tempting to drive it as far as we can and try to break them. Seems like we've got them on the back foot, but the truth is, we're still sizing his forces up. He's still seeing what we do. And what are we doing? Naomi asked, handing across a bowl of scrambled egg and tofu with hot sauce. Bobby scooped up a bite and chewed thoughtfully. Naomi sat across from her and tried a bite from her own bowl. Ever since Maura Patel had upgraded the food systems, the Rosie's hot sauce tasted a little different, but Naomi was coming to like it. There was a pleasure in the novelty, and also a sense of nostalgia for what had changed. That wasn't only food. That was everything. I don't think anyone knows, Bobby said. My tactics teacher back in boot camp, Sergeant Kapoor, he was an entomologist. Your sergeant in boot camp was an entomologist? It's Mars, Bobby said, shrugging. That isn't weird there. Anyway, he talked about shifting strategies like they were the middle part of metamorphosis. Apparently, when a caterpillar makes a cocoon, the next thing it does is melt, completely liquefies. And then all the little bits of what used to be caterpillar come back together as a moth or a butterfly or something. Finds a different way to assemble all the same pieces and make it something else. Sounds like the protomolecule. Huh, yeah. Guess it kind of does. Bobby took another bite of her eggs. her gaze on the far wall. She was quiet for long enough that Naomi didn't know if she'd come back. "But he meant something tactical?" Naomi said. "Yes. That pivoting your strategy was like that too. You go into a situation thinking about it a particular way, and then something changes. Then either you stick with the ideas you had before, or you look at everything you have to work with and find a new shape. We're in the find a new shape part. Avasarla's busy trying to keep what's left of Earth out of environmental collapse, but once that's stabilized, she's going to try to capture Inaros and everyone else who ever breathed his air and put them all on trial. She wants it to be crime." Sandra Ip came in from the lift, nodded at the two of them, and pulled a bulb of tea from the dispenser. "Why, do you think?" Naomi asked. "I mean, why treat it like a criminal act and not war? I think it's a statement of contempt. But in the meantime, Mars is... I don't know. I think it's finding out that for all our strength, we were brittle. I'm not sure how we come back from that. But we'll never be what we were. Not any more than Earth will. And Fred? He's trying to build consensus and coalitions because that's what he's been doing for decades. But you don't think he can?" It wasn't a question. Ip left the galley, her footsteps retreating as Bobby thought. "I think putting people together is a good thing. Generally useful. But I probably shouldn't be talking about this. I'm supposed to be his representative for Mars. Junior League ambassador or something. But he's trying to rebuild his caterpillar when we need a butterfly," Naomi said. Bobby sighed, took a last bite of egg and tossed the bowl into the recycler. "I could be wrong," she said. "Maybe it'll work. We can hope." Bobby's hand terminal chirped. She considered the incoming message with a frown. The way she moved, even little motions like this, had the strength and economy of training. And, more than that, a frustration. "Oh, joy," Bobby said dryly. "Another important meeting." "Price of being central." "I guess," Bobby said, hauling herself to her feet. "I'll be back when I can. Thanks again for letting me bunk here." As Bobby stepped past, Naomi put a hand on her arm, stopped her. She didn't know exactly what she was going to say until she said it. Only that it was tied up with the ideas of crew and family, and trying not to betray who you were. "Do you want to do this junior ambassador thing?" "I don't know. It needs doing, I guess," Bobby said. "I've been trying to reinvent myself since Io, maybe since Ganymede. I really liked working veterans outreach, but now that I'm not doing it, I don't miss it. I figure this will be the same. It's something to do." "Why?" "You don't need to thank anyone that you're bunking here. If you like that cabin, it's yours." Bobby blinked. Her smile was small and rueful. She took half a step away, but didn't turn her body. The physical expression of hesitation. Naomi let the silence between them stretch. "I appreciate the thought," Bobby said. "But adding someone into a crew? That's a big deal. I don't know what Holden would think about it. We've talked about it. He already thinks you're a crew. But I'm doing this ambassador thing. Yeah, he thinks our gunner is Fred's ambassador from Mars." Naomi knew she was stretching the truth a little there, but it was worth it. Bobby was still for the space of a heartbeat, and then another one. "I didn't know that," she said. And then, with no other words, stepped back toward the lift, the airlock, Ceres Station. Naomi watched her go. Fires on shipboard were dangerous. There were any number of ship processes that could rise up past the point of spontaneous oxidation. The trick was knowing when letting a breeze through would start combustion, and when it wouldn't. Sometimes talking to Bobby was like putting her hand on a ceramic panel to see how hot it was, trying to guess whether a little air would cool the big woman down or start up flames. Alone in the galley, Naomi went through a little casual maintenance, wiping down the tables and benches, checking the status of the air filters, clearing the recycling feed. Having so many people on the ship left them running through supplies faster than she'd become accustomed to. Gore Droga's fondness for chai drove down their supply of tea analog. Sunni Steinberg preferred a citrus drink that ate into the acids and texturing proteins. Clarissa Mao ate kibble and water. Prison food. Looking over the supply levels, Naomi had to remind herself that the Rosie was carrying 3 times the crew it was used to. Still well within the ship's specs and abilities. The Tachi had been designed for 2 full flight crews and cabins full of Martian Marines. Renaming it hadn't changed that. It had only changed her expectations. But they were still going to have to resupply again soon. The aromatics and spices that kept everyone from eating like Clarissa were going to be hard to get. Supplies were thin on Ceres. Supplies were going to be thin all through the belt. And now the inner planets, too. Any of the complex organics that Earth used to supply could be synthesized in labs or grown in hydroponics on Ganymede and Ceres and Pallas, the touristy resorts on Titan. The problem, she thought, as she replaced the injection nozzle on the coffee machine, was capacity. They could make anything, but they couldn't make it all at once. Humanity was going to get by on the minimum until there was a way to increase production, and a lot of people living on the margin wouldn't make it. They'd die on Earth, yes, but keeping the belt fed wasn't going to be trivial either. As she dropped the old injection nozzle into the recycler, she wondered if Marco had thought about that, or if his dreams of glory had swept away any realistic plan for taking care of all the lives he disrupted. She had a guess about that. Marco was a creature of the grand gesture. His stories were about the single critical moment that changed everything, not all the moments that came after. Somewhere in the system right now, Carl, or Wings, or thinking the name was like touching a sore, or Philip, might be doing the same kind of maintenance she was doing on the Pella. She wondered how long it would take them to realize that the spoils of war wouldn't restock their ships forever. Probably it wouldn't come clear until they'd used up everything. Kings were always the last to feel the famine. That wasn't just the belt. That was all of history. The people who'd just been going about their lives were the ones who could speak to the actual cost of war. They paid it first. Men like Marco could orchestrate vast battles, order the looting and destruction of worlds, and never run out of coffee. When the galley was done, she took herself back to the lift and up to the command deck. There was new analysis of the ships that had gone missing in the ring gates. No new data, just a rechewing of the old. Her fascination came from a sense of dread. She'd been through those rings, traveled the weird knot space that linked solar systems, and of all the dangers she'd faced, just quietly vanishing away hadn't even been on her scopes. For a few hundred people, maybe more than that, something else had happened. The best minds of Earth and Mars that weren't occupied with trying to deal with their environment and governing bodies collapsing around them were looking at this. Naomi didn't have their resources, or the depth of background expertise they did, but she had her own experience. Maybe she'd see something they hadn't. And so she looked. Like an amateur detective, she followed clues and hunches, and, like most investigations like that, she found nothing. The new conversation on the feeds was a theory surrounding the Casa Azul's drive signature, showing that the reactor was probably misconfigured. But apart from it being a rookie mistake that transferred a lot of energy into waste heat, Naomi didn't see anything in it. Certainly no reason that it or the other missing ships should have gone dark. The analysis had just shifted into speculation over the plausibility of failed internal sensors in the Casa Azul, increasing the pressure from the reactor bottle, which was what she assumed from the start, when her hand terminal chimed. Bobby. She accepted the connection, and Bobby's face appeared on her screen. Naomi felt a twinge of alarm. "What's the matter?" she said. Bobby shook her head. It was probably meant to diffuse the tension, but it reminded Naomi of a video of a bull getting ready to charge. "Do you know where Holden is? He's not answering his call." "Might be sleeping. He was up late going over footage for his broadcast thing with Monica." "Could you go wake him up for me?" Bobby asked. The wall behind her was sculpted stone with recessed lighting. Naomi thought it was the governor's palace. Fred Johnson's distant voice, low and graveled by annoyance, confirmed that. Naomi rose, taking the terminal with her. "On my way," she said. "What's going on?" "I don't understand why you're part of this," Fred Johnson said. Across the desk from him, Jim still looked sleepy. Puffy-eyed and his hair still a little mashed from the crash couch. Bobby, her arms crossed, sat off to one side. Before Jim could come up with an answer, she stepped in. "He knew this Captain Pa," Bobby said. "Worked with her on Medina before it was Medina." "When she was in my chain of command," he said. "She isn't an unknown quantity. She was one of mine. I assigned her to that ship. I don't need anyone telling me about who she is or what they think of her." Bobby's face darkened. "Fair enough. I got Holden here because maybe you'd listen to him." Jim raised a finger. "I don't actually know what's going on here," he said. "So, you know, what's going on here?" "Michio Pa is one of Inaros' inner circle," Bobby said. "Only it seems like she figured out that he's a great big asshole because she broke ranks. Started sending relief supplies places without the Free Navy's say-so. And now Inaros is shooting at her, and she wants us to help her out." "Relief supplies," Fred said, his voice hard as stone. "That's what you're calling them?" "That's what she's calling them," Bobby bit back. Jim glanced at Naomi. His expression said, "This is not going well." Naomi smiled back. "I know, right?" "Michio Pa is stealing colony ships for the Free Navy," Fred said. "Even if she isn't complicit in the destruction of Earth, she has the blood of every colonist lost to her piracy on her hands. Those aren't relief supplies. They're the spoils of war. A war against us." "Marco's shooting at her?" Jim said, trying to catch the conversation's reins. But Fred was locked on Bobby, and he wouldn't disengage. "This is my best-case scenario, Draper. Inaros' coalition is falling apart. They're shooting at each other, not at us. If Pa degrades Inaros' fleet, that means they're that much easier for us to face. Every ship of Pa's that Inaros turns to slag is one less that's hunting down innocent people and stealing their property. There is no advantage to me or to Earth or to Mars that comes of getting involved in it. And I personally resent you calling in your friends here to try to bully me into thinking anything different." "You aren't the only one here with military training," Bobby said. "You aren't the only one who's had to weigh taking on problematic allies. You aren't the only one with command experience. But you are the one in this room who's fucking wrong." Fred rose to his feet, and Naomi pushed back into the cushions of her chair. Bobby stepped toward the man, her hands and fists, her chin jutting. Fred narrowed his eyes. "I am not interested," he began. "If you want me to come here and wear a Martian uniform and puppet back whatever you say, you got the wrong girl," Bobby half said, half shouted. "You think your magic OPA coalition pajama party is going to step in here and fix this? It's failing. They aren't coming to you anymore. You got Ceres, and you got a fleet, and you got me as your goddamn window dressing, and it's not enough. Stop acting like it is. The words hit Fred like a blow. He rocked back a little on his heels, his lips pressed together. Was it like this when Marco's coalition fell apart? Naomi wondered. When Fred spoke, his voice was quieter but cold. I see why Avasarala likes you so much. Is that true? Holden said. This time they heard him. The OPA isn't coming? It's taking a little longer to arrange than I'd hoped. I may need to change venue for it. Find a place that's neutral territory. Neutral territory? Jim said, skepticism in his voice. Some of these people are lifelong enemies of the inner planets, Fred said. The combined fleet makes them nervous. They need to be reassured that our whole focus is on the Free Navy and not them. That's all. Fred and Bobby stood awkwardly, the momentum of their anger spent, but both resisting being the first one to step back from it. Naomi coughed, though she didn't need to, then rose and went to the sideboard to pour herself a glass of water. It was enough. Bobby took her seat, and then a moment later Fred did as well. Jim hunched in his chair. She poured a glass for him too and brought it to him when she sat back down. This Captain Pa, Bobby said, speaking now to Jim directly. She's an in. If we can get her to where she's willing to provide intelligence for protection, she might be able to give us something we need to crack Inaros. Fred shook his head. The anger was gone from his voice, but not the resolve. Pa is a loose cannon. She has a history of mutiny and defection. The last time she mutinied, she saved my life, Holden said. And just maybe every human in existence. A little context here. She isn't coming to us as an ally. She isn't offering to stop her piracy or even slow it down. Cooperating with her means every ship she hijacks from now on will be our fault too. Fred punctuated the end of his tirade by slapping his thick hand on the table. She's offering to give supplies to Ceres, Bobby said. That she stole, maybe killed to get. Fred spread his hands, but Jim wasn't looking at him. Naomi sipped her water. It was cold with the bite of minerals, and it did nothing to loosen the lump in her throat. She had to resist the urge to pluck her hair down over her eyes. Bobby had brought him here as someone to fight beside her, someone Fred Johnson knew and respected. But the Martian didn't know Jim the way she did. Even loyalty, even love, wouldn't let him compromise his sense of right and wrong. She wondered if Bobby would stay on the Rocinante after this. She hoped so. Anyone who didn't know him better would have said he looked thoughtful. Naomi could see the grief in the corners of his mouth and the angle of his eyebrows, the sense of loss. She put down her glass, took his hand. He glanced up at her like he was remembering she was there. She was looking into his eyes and imagined that she saw a light within them go out. Or no, not out, not extinguished, only wrapped in something. Armor or regret. Okay, he said. How do we get in touch with Pa? Naomi blinked. Fred mirrored her surprise and confusion. You're going to try to force my hand? Fred said. We aren't going to do it. You can pull your people off the Rossi if you need to, Jim said, nodding as if he were agreeing with something. Fred scowled in a way that said he thought talking to Pa himself might only be the second worst plan on the table. If we have to do this alone, we'll be less effective, but we'll do what we can. We will? Naomi asked. He squeezed her fingers. We're going to need someone like her, he said so gently it was like someone whispering a love song. She wasn't sure what he meant. and it didn't make her feel better. Chapter 21. Jakulski. Favor, Shului said. Won't ask you nada, Alice. Only do this for me, Sasa. Jakulski shook his open hands, waving the younger man off. With Kelsey visiting the head, they were alone in Medina's technical command center. Because it was outside the drum, it was one of the only places on Medina that was always on the float. The couches were bolted to what would be the floor if the station ever went under thrust again. Angels wearing blue and gold pushed archways toward a god who, with them on the float, seemed like he was looking at them sideways. The only part that made any sense to Jakulski was the stars. Shului was a picture of despair. Mouth twisted in distress, hands out before him, eyes imploring Jakulski. The thick, crusty style on the upper lid of his left eye looked like something out of the book of Job. Can't, Jakulski said. Promised my team I'd buy tonight. Will instead, clear sus tabi'alisla, Shului said. Favor. It had been a long shift already, and the truth was, Jakulski was looking forward to sitting down someplace with just a little gravity and a decent scotch. And the white kibble at the cafe that Salis and Vanderkost usually went to reminded him of his childhood. The prospect of staying another half-shift, and worse, another half-shift wearing that Pinche Free Navy formal uniform, so he could be part of the greeting ceremony in Shului's place, had no charm to it. But the distress in the young man's expression was hard to look at. If he was smart, he'd just keep saying no and hold to it until Kelsey got back. It'd be easier if there was someone else there. Keep Shului from debasing himself. Can't, sorry, be done. 4-4? Jakulski said. Just a greeting ceremony, yeah? Shului looked embarrassed and pointed to his infected eye. Rendai gonna be there. She sees this? Favor, brother. Chit. You're still tasting her air? She's not gonna bite you. Talk to her. Will, Shului said. Only after ese bastard heals up, yeah? Bis bien, Jakulski said, shaking his head. Then, with a sigh, favor. He thought for a moment Shului was going to embrace him. But thankfully the young man only took him by the shoulders and nodded in a curt way he probably thought was manly. Being young was undignified. Being young and in love was worse. He'd been a pup himself once, filled with all the same lusts and fears that every generation suffered. That he'd grown out of them now didn't mean he couldn't remember what it had been like. And fuck, but that pus-caked eye was hard to look at. He sent a message to the technical team, Vanderkost, Salis, Roberts, that he'd been called on for extra duty, and then he'd meet them after it was done, if he could. Vanderkost sent back a generic acknowledgement. That was probably all he'd get from them. But maybe he could sneak away from the ceremony quick enough to catch the team. Cover for Shului, and not have the tech team feel like he was putting himself above them. Eat his cake, and still have it after. It would be a tired night if he could get it all done. But some nights were tired. People. No matter where he went, no matter what he did, it was all still people. Kelsey came back from the head and took her place at the main crash couch, with the angels looking beneficently down over her shoulder. When Jakulski said he needed to get off shift a few minutes early so he could get back to his cabin and change, Shului jumped in to say how it was all okay, and he'd take care of anything that needed doing. The transition from the command center at the top of the ship into the drum was a long, curving ramp, and Jakulski rode down it in a cart with wheels that gripped the decking at any G, all the way down to the inner surface of the drum, and then down from there, going under the false ground like a caveman driving down into the underworld. His own cabin was back toward engineering. If he'd known he was going to have to go meet the Proteus and the grandees from Laconia, He could have brought his good uniform at the start of shift and taken the lift that ran the length of the ship outside the drum. Leaving early was almost as good. The body of the drum had been built spacious, more like a station than a ship even from the start. Like it knew what it was destined to become. Long corridors with high ceilings and full spectrum light, like what used to fall on Earth before Marco threw a bunch of their mountains into their sky. He caught one of the diagonal halls, curving off toward his cabin on the hypotenuse of the drum's traffic grid, and let himself feel a little philosophical about the way the lights of Medina were like the memory of the species, an idea of brightness that had outlived the light that inspired it, the way Belters had. Belt light. It was a pretty idea, and a little melancholy too, which made it even better in his mind. All beautiful things should have just a little sorrow about them, made them seem real. His cabin had been built for a single young Mormon living alone before marriage, but it was plenty enough for him. He stripped off his jumpsuit, tossed it in the recycler, combed his hair, and took his Free Navy uniform out of storage. He threw his image up on the wall screen to see how he looked. Fucking uncomfortable piece of cloth the damn thing was. But for all that, he had to admit he did come over suave in it. Distinguished man. Elder of his people, him. To his surprise, he discovered that he was almost looking forward to this. Medina had been on edge ever since word came through that Pa and her ships were rogue, but only a little. Everyone here had been OPA before they were Free Navy. And along with OPA, there had been Voltaire Collective, or Black Sky, or Golden Bough, or Union. Factions within factions within factions, sometimes with very different groups laying claim to a single name, was as belt as red kibble and mushroom whiskey. There was even a way that the split in the Free Navy was comforting. Not because it meant things were going well, but they were going to shit in a familiar way. Pa made a play for status. Marco was going to knock her back. Humanity still worked the way it always had. All the shooting was happening inside the orbit of Jupiter, anyway. No one wanted it to spill out to the slow zone. If Duarte got nervous about it all, it was because he wasn't from here. Whatever he and his were doing on the far side of the Laconia Ring, they'd be Martians when they went out, and they were Martians still. So Duarte wanted to send more resources to Medina? Good. He wanted to put advisors on the station, make sure the locals were all trained with the equipment he was shipping in? Good. More for Medina, and everyone happy. And plus all that, the Proteus was bringing it in. And everyone wanted to look at the Proteus. First ship to come in the gate that hadn't gone out through it first. A peek at whatever Duarte and his people were building out there. Given the choice, Jakulski would still have been in the cafe with his tech team, drinking a little too much and flirting. But since that wasn't happening, getting to see a little of the advisory force was okay for second place. The Proteus had come through the gate earlier in the day, fast enough to coast to Medina without its Epstein, and slow enough that its maneuvering thrusters could bring it into docking position down by the engineering decks. Jakulski'd heard rumors that the Martians were keeping the Epstein at a minimum so that no one could get a good look at their drive signature. But he didn't see how that made sense. Paranoia, rumor, and superstition was all. The Proteus might be one of the first ships built at a shipyard on the far side of the rings, but it was just a ship. Wasn't like they were flying there on the back of a dragon. Captain Samuels, in charge of Medina because she was Rosenfeld Gullian's cousin, but a good administrator anyway, was at the lock in full Free Navy military dress. John Amash representing for security. And there, with her auburn hair in a braid and eyes the same soft brown as her skin, Shoshana Rindai for systems. Shunui had a point, that one. If Jakulski had been 30 years younger, he could have seen developing intentions toward her, too. Samuel scowled at him, but not in a way that meant anything. "You're for technical?" Jakulski lifted an affirming fist and took his place in the line of floating grandees, ready to show the Marteños that the Free Navy was just as much a tight-assed military as the next Coyo over. Medina had been meant for a generation ship once, and it still showed in the ship bones. Not much call for greeting visitors out in the wide nothing between stars, so the engineering lock opened onto a bare, functional decking with LED white work lights and a rack of yellow and orange construction mechs on one wall. The air smelled of spent welding fuel and low-foam silicone lube. Rendai glanced at him, lifting her chin in greeting. "For should we not come?" she asked. But before he had to come up with an answer, the lock cycled, and the Martians came in. Jakulski's first thought, quick as a reflex, was that they looked pretty unimpressive for great saviors. The captain of the Proteus was a dark-skinned man with wide-set eyes and broad, expressive lips. His uniform was Martian, except for its insignia. Not taller than Jakulski, probably, and comfortable moving in zero-G. The six behind him were in civilian jumpsuits, but the broadness of their shoulders and the cut of their hair said they were as military as the captain, no matter what they were wearing. Samuels nodded, but didn't salute. The Proteus Coyo caught his ankle in a foothold and pulled himself to a stop as gracefully as a belter. "Permission to come aboard, Captain?" he said. "Glad to have you here, Captain Montemayor," Samuel said. "Esa es my department heads, Amash, Rendai, Jakulski. They're to help you with constructing and arming the security base." Security base? Jakulski sucked in a long breath. Not something Shului had mentioned. He wondered if not wanting Rendai to see his infected eye had been bullshit, and he just wanted someone else to pick up the project. Just as likely, Shului hadn't even known. "Not at all, sir, the Proteus man, Montemayor, she'd called him, said. We're here to help you. Admiral Duarte specifically told me to assure you that we have the utmost faith in your ability to address any instability that might come from Sol System. We just want to assist and support our allies in Medina as best we can." "Appreciate that," Samuel said. And it could just have been Jakulski's imagination, but she did seem to relax a little. Like maybe she'd been expecting this to be less pleasant, and was relieved that the Martian Coyo had started by showing his belly. Jakulski looked over the other six, wondering which of them he'd be working with and what exactly they'd be working on. "Come you, have a drink," Samuel said, clapping Montemayor on the arm just as if they were friends. "We'll get you an escort to your quarters." "It's Callisto all over again," Robert said. "You weren't even born when Callisto had trouble," Salas replied. "Que Callisto all over again?" Jakulski leaned back, pressed to the ground by the spin of the drum. Somewhere 5 levels below their feet, a quarter of a click aft and maybe 10 degrees spinward, his cabin waited, and with it his comfortable clothes. After the Martians had all been greeted and drunk to and made welcome and all, he'd hurry to the cafe, thinking maybe he'd be able to catch the technical team before they went home. He hadn't taken the time to stop and change clothes. So now the uniform, even undone at the throat, sanded his neck. The technical team had all been there, and still were, planted in their chairs like they'd taken root. "Don't have to be there to know what a proxy war is," Robert said. "My family's Callistan, 3 generations. I know what it looked like, even if I wasn't there. Earth sends private security. Mars sends advisors. Everybody just there to help out this union or that trade group. But what it came down to was Earth and Mars spending belter lives, so they never had to risk their own." He'd expected the place to be empty. It was long after his shift, well into when he should have been spinning down for sleep. But the light of the straight-line sun was bright and high, and even after generations in the black, some atavistic part of his brain still told him that meant midday. Drum time was permanent noon, first and last and always. And with the overlapping shifts that kept Medina alive and working no matter what the clock pretended, there were people coming in for an early breakfast or a late lunch, grabbing a quick drink on the way back to their cabin. Or, like him and the technical team, burning the midnight oil, all at the same time. It was the drift of humanity left to live on whatever schedule they chose, instead of being chained to the 24 hours of Earth and Mars. Belter time. Maybe if they'd come on their own, yeah? Salas said. Could see it then. But that's not the way I heard it. The way you heard it? Roberts laughed. Didn't know you had your cameras in the bedrooms of power. Inside scoop, you? Salas made a rude gesture, but he was smiling while he did it. Jakulski took a drink of his beer, surprised to find the bulb so close to empty already. Friends in comms, me, Salas said. What I heard was Marco asked Duarte to come. Not Laconia coming to pull your puppet strings. It's them dancing to a Free Navy song. The fuck would they do that for? Jakulski asked. He sounded like Roberts, like he was busting Salas's balls, but he more than half wanted Salas to talk him into agreeing. In his fatigue, Jakulski couldn't stop imagining the 6 advisors in their civilian clothes and martial bodies. Same reason start storing your casino chip someplace new when your boyfriend moves out, Salas said. Think on it, yeah? Michio Pa was one of his 5, high up. Maybe Marco kept her out of the loop on Medina. Only ran that through Rosenfeld. Maybe everyone knew a little of everything. Now Pa's making her play, it's only smart to change it up. She thinks she knows how the railguns are protected, so he changes how the railguns are protected. Simple. Or, now Marco and Rosenfeld and Dawes are distracted, Duarte moves his advisors in place, so when he wants to, he can point the railguns at Medina, tell us all what we should make him for breakfast, Roberts said. Jakulski lifted a hand, caught the server's eye, and pointed to his spent bulb. One more wouldn't do any damage that wasn't already done. And all of it was going on goddamn Shului's tab anyway. Best make it count. Vandercost across from him noticed and raised his own bulb as well. The server nodded with her hand and went back to what she'd been doing. A bird with wings as wide as Jakulski's outstretched fingers skimmed past them, a fluttering and a flash of blue. It rode the breeze like it was still on a planet that curved down at the horizon, instead of up. There was something wonderful about air wide enough to fly in. Say you, he asked, looking at Vandercost. Not saying nothing, Sasa, the oldest tech said, scratching idly at the split circle tattoo on his wrist. Drinking. Jakulski narrowed his eyes. Curiosity shifted sluggishly in his brain. He was too tired. He should go back and sleep. But the server was on her way with 2 fresh bulbs, and he made the trip so he could be with the team. Best guess, then. Duarte pushing pawns to get control of Medina? Marco using Laconia against Pa? What are we looking at? Best guess is I don't fucking know, Vandercost said in an amiable voice, and gestured in a controlled way that made it clear he was very drunk indeed. It's a war. Wars aren't like that. Aren't like what? Robert said. Aren't like stories about wars, Vandercost answered solemnly. Stories about wars come after. Like Qin Shi Huang unified China. Or when you look and say, this led to this, led to this, and then it was over. How did anything begin? War start when Marco hit Earth? When Earth hit Anderson Station? And it ends when Earth and Mars are dead? When Belters have a home? When everyone agrees it's done? Roberts rolled her eyes, but Salas leaned forward, fingers laced across his knee. Jakulski took his new bowl from the server and drank. It was cold and rich, but something made him a little sorry he'd stayed to drink it. Martians on Medina, and Pa running her own crew, and Fred Johnson taking Ceres back. It all felt like someone building the solar system's biggest mousetrap. And Jakulski thought maybe he was living inside the cheese. Chapter 22. Holden. It hadn't really been that long since Fred had crewed up the Rocinante for its burn down to Luna, but it had also been a lifetime. Now, with the Tycho-based crew gone, the ship seemed bigger, emptier. It was like the end of a really long party when all the guests have gone home, and Holden couldn't quite decide if it left him feeling lonely or relieved. When they headed out this time, they'd only have one pilot, one engineer, still two mechanics, assuming that was Clarissa's official title. After flying the Rossi for so many years with just his little family, it was strange to feel the loss of that redundancy. But some deep training was still there in the back of his mind, saying that everyone had to be replaceable. As if keeping Havalomba on the ship would have really made it bearable losing Alex to a badly placed PDC round or a stroke during a high G burn or any of the other 1,000 things that could go wrong in space. As if Chandra Ip could ever have taken Naomi's place. On one hand, it was unthinkable. On the other, it was reasonable. Alex was Alex, and no one else would ever be. If something did go wrong, though, they'd want a pilot, and the chances of things going wrong seemed pretty high. The Minsky had started its life burning out of Luna with colonists funded by Royal Charter Energy, the same company that had landed on Illis and Longdune and New Egypt. If things had gone the way they'd intended, they'd have passed through the ring gates on their way to landfall in a system called San Esteban. Instead, they'd been taken over by the Serio Mal, looted, and were in a breaking burn toward Ceres with what was left of the crew and supplies after Michio Pa and her people were done with it. Food and water, hydroponics and medical supplies, construction mechs and scientific equipment, and the people to use them. And burning at its side, a free Navy gunship as escort. Probably one of Pa's. Probably not a trap. Probably not going to get reduced to radioactive gas by Fred. But only probably. Alone on the command deck, he had the Rossi's inventory schematic pulled up on the screen, and the latest edited piece from Monica spooling on his hand terminal. The inventory chirped and updated. It took him a second to find the new data. Alex? Right here, Hoss. Alex replied, his voice coming through the comm and down from the cockpit both. Confirm that you're seeing the juice on your couch topped up? A moment passed. I am showing full-on shitty synthetic juice guaranteed to give a migraine and diarrhea if you use it for more than 8 hours. Seriously? We had better than this on the Canterbury, Alex said. Holden felt a twitch of concern. Why did we get third-rate juice? Naomi answered as if she were beside him instead of strapped into the loading mech on the dock. Because the alternative was loading the injectors with morphine so you don't care so much about being crushed. There's a war on, you know. So there is, he said, as the inventory chimed another update. Amos said, should show we're at 80% on PDC rounds. Showing 81.7, Holden said. Really? I'm pretty sure that ain't right. Track it down, Holden said. I'll let you know if the ship changes her mind in the meantime. We're on it, Amos agreed. We, meaning Clarissa. He was really going to have to get over that. He felt guilty that he hadn't already, but he didn't have a clear idea how to let his discomfort with her go. He pushed the issue back down his priority list again, the way he always did. And who knew? Maybe they'd all die in a hail of gunfire before it came up again, and he wouldn't have to worry about it. On his hand terminal, the new edit of the latest video flickered. This would be the 10th one when it came out. Most of it was an interview with a couple of musicians he'd met up in the shitty part of the station. Two belters with patois so thick, he'd fed it through a translation program. But their voices were musical, and there was an affection in them that transcended the language. Monica had redone the subtitles, putting them at the top of the image so that the words were beside their faces, close enough to see their expressions as they spoke. They looked like grandfather and grandson, but they called each other cousin. As he watched, they talked about the music scene on Ceres, the difference between live music and recordings, between what they called teneles performance and using microphones. They didn't talk about Earth or Mars, the OPA or the Free Navy. Holden hadn't asked, and the few times that they'd strayed in a political direction, he brought it back to the music. Two more reminders that not everyone who lived outside a gravity well had dropped the rocks on Earth. He liked this one a lot, and he wanted to get it approved for release before they left dock. In case, without ever quite letting himself think in case of what. Just in case. The first 9 pieces he'd released had gotten a little traction. Some of that was, he knew, because his name was on it. Being a minor political celebrity had its perks, and one was a small but reliable audience baked in for this project. Better than that, though, he'd started getting copycats. People with their own feeds on Titan and Luna and Earth doing interviews and slice-of-life bits like the ones he'd put out. Or maybe they'd always been doing that, and he was copying them. Only he hadn't noticed any of it until now. "Cap," Amos said, and Holden realized it wasn't the first time. "You okay up there?" "I'm here. I'm fine. Distracted. What have you got?" Clarissa answered. "One of the feeds didn't zero before. We got it. The count's confirmed." "Great," Holden said. On his hand terminal, the older man struck a chord on his guitar, and the younger man laughed. He closed the file. He couldn't tell if it was working or not anymore. His brain couldn't imagine what it would be like to run into it for the first time. Whether the humanity that he saw in it would be there for someone on Earth or Mars, or in the colony ships, or on the far side of the gates. He heard Naomi coming up before he saw her. He looked back over his shoulder as she stepped off the lift. Her jumpsuit still showed lines of sweat where the loading mech straps had held her, and when she leaned over to kiss his forehead, he took her arm. Her eyes were a little bloodshot, the way they got when she was tired. She looked back down at him, laughed a little. "What?" "You're very beautiful," Holden said. "I hope I tell you that often enough." "You do." "Then I hope I don't tell you so often it gets annoying." "You don't," she said, and sat on the crash couch beside his, stretching her arm as she did so she could keep her fingers twined in his. "Are you all right?" "A little exhausted." "Just a little? I'm not hallucinating yet." Naomi shook her head. Just a few millimeters one way and then the other. "You know, you're not responsible for fixing everything. Saving humanity from itself is a group project, yes," he said. "Really, all I'm doing is trying to show everyone on Earth and Mars and the Belt and Medina and the colonies that really we're all still just one tribe. So, just transcend all lived human experience since before the dawn of history? And keep the part where we kill each other to a minimum," he said. "Shouldn't be hard. At least you know why you're tired." She squeezed his fingers and let them go, pulling up a tactical display of Ceres and the space around it. The station itself and the fleet ships that surrounded it like a cloud of blue fireflies were marked as friendlies. The colony ship and its escort slowing toward them were in yellow, status unknown but of interest. The time to rendezvous was down to hours. Part of me hopes that Fred won't let us go out, he said. We request the clamps come off, and they just say no, and we're stuck in here. While the colony ship flips at the last minute and accelerates into the port, exploding in a nuclear fireball, Naomi said. He pulled up his hand terminal and sent his approval to Monica on Tycho. At light speed, it would still be minutes before she got it. It does sound less appealing when you put it that way. Behind them, the lift cycled down, humming as it went. Alex, his voice still doubled by the headset and the free air, finished his checklist with Amos and Clarissa. Holden stowed his hand terminal in the crash couch's high G compartment. If things went poorly, he didn't want it zooming around the command deck. Naomi's voice was low, but focused. Can I ask you something? Of course. Why are we doing this? Holden wished his brain had been a little clearer. After a certain point, he felt like his verbal centers ran straight to his mouth without passing through the rest of his brain. Because we can't just blow up enough things that this becomes a good situation. We're going to need more than that in our toolbox. Bobby stepped off the lift. There was something odd about her, but he couldn't put his finger on it. She was wearing simple blacks, but the way she held herself made them look like a uniform. Her hands were in fists at her sides, but she didn't seem angry so much as nervous. That didn't bode well. Hey, Holden said. Sir? Please don't call me sir. No one in the ship does. Everything all right? Fred wants something? Johnson didn't send me, Bobby said. You're going out and I'm reporting for duty. Okay, Holden said. You can route tactical and fire control down here, or take the gunner's seat up by Alex, wherever feels most comfortable. Bobby took a deep breath, and something Holden didn't understand played out across her wide face. I'll take the gunner's seat, she finally said, and climbed up to the cockpit. Holden watched her ankles disappear above him, his brow furrowed hard enough to ache a little. That was, he said. Was that a moment? That was a moment, Naomi said. Good moment or bad moment? Very good moment. Well, shit, he said. I'm sorry I missed it. All right, everyone strapped in? Alex called. One by one, the crew answered. They were ready, or as ready as they were likely to get. Holden let his head sink into the gel of the couch, shifting his screen to match Naomi's. There were an awful lot of ships floating in the vicinity of Ceres right now. He listened as Alex requested that the docking clamps be released. For long, painful seconds, Ceres Traffic Authority didn't answer. And then, affirmative, Rocinante. You are clear to leave. The ship shuddered, and the spin-gravity of Ceres vanished as Alex let their momentum fling them out into the vacuum. On his screen, they were a white dot flying off at a tangent to the station's massive curve. He flipped to external cameras and watched the surface of the dwarf planet curve away. Well, Naomi said, looks like Fred didn't object to this enough to keep us from going out. Yeah, Holden said. I hope he knows what he's doing, trusting delicate work like this to agents of chaos like us. Amos chuckled, and Holden realized he'd said that on the full crew channel. Fairly sure he's making this shit up as he goes, too, Amos said. Anyway, the worst-case scenario is we all get killed, and he gets to feel smart for not having his people on board when we did it. Win-win for him. When Bobby spoke, Holden could hear the smile in it, despite the words. No one dies while standing watch without permission from the commanding officer. You say so, Babs, Amos replied. Keep braced, Alex said. I'm going to have to get us on course here. Normally, the shifting of the ship under maneuvering thrusters was almost subliminal to Holden. The subtle dance of vectors and thrust had been part of his life ever since he'd left Earth. It was only that he was so tired and worried, and full of so very much coffee that it bothered him. With every adjustment, up and down changed a little, and then went back to the float. When Alex fired the Epstein for a few seconds, the Rossies sang, harmonics ringing through overtones up and down the hall like a church bell. "Not too much, Alex," Holden said. "We don't want our breaking burn to slag anybody. At least I don't think we do." "Not a problem," Alex said. "We'll just tap back down to a good coasting speed until we're right up alongside them. Final braking won't catch anyone in the plume." "And keep the torpedoes and PDCs hot," Holden said, "just in case." "On it," Bobby said. "We're getting painted by ranging lasers." "Whose?" Holden asked, dropping the exterior camera and going back to tactical. The scattering of fleet ships, the surface defenses of Ceres, the slowly approaching captured ship and its Free Navy escort. "Oh," Naomi said, tapping through a list of connection reports longer than her screen. "Pretty much everyone." "The escort ship? They're painting us too." On his screen, the incoming ship stuttered, the data around them updating as they killed their braking burns, appearing from behind clouds of superheated gas. The Rossi's sensor arrays checked contour and heat signatures, confirming almost instantly. The larger ship matched the Minsky. Large, blocky, and awkward, with communication satellites meant to bootstrap a network around an alien planet, covering its sides like warts. The smaller was a Martian corvette, a generation newer than the Rossi. A little lighter, streamlined for atmosphere and probably loaded with similar ordnance. Its transponder wasn't answering. "Hate seeing this," Alex said. "Two good Martian-built ships squaring off. It ain't right." "Well," Holden said, "who knows? Maybe we're on the same side." "If it is a fight," Bobby said, "let's win it. Permission to lock target?" "Has it locked on us?" Holden asked. "Not yet," Naomi said. "Hold off then," Holden said. "I don't want to go first." An incoming comm request appeared on his screen from Fred Johnson, and for a confused half-second he wondered what Fred was doing on the gunship, then saw the tight beam was coming from Ceres. When this was over, he was really going to need to sleep. He accepted the connection, and Fred appeared in a separate window on the side of the screen. "Regretting this yet?" Fred asked. "Only a little," Holden said. "You?" "I want to make something clear. If you take possession of that colony ship, under no circumstances does it come within 3,000 clicks of my dock. If there are people who need medical assistance on board, they stay on board and will send help out to them. Nothing comes off that ship until it's been examined, scanned, reloaded, disinfected, and sprinkled with holy water by whatever flavor of priest I can put my hands on. I'm not running Troy here." "Understood. The only reason I'm letting you do this at all is the chance of recovering prisoners of the Free Navy alive." "That's the only reason?" Holden said. "So you'll hand all the supplies on the ship back over to the former owners instead of using them to keep Ceres alive?" Fred's smile was gentle and warm. "Don't be an asshole." "Okay," Bobby said. "Now they're painting us. Permission to return the favor?" "Granted," Holden said. Bobby said something under her breath that he couldn't make out, but it sounded happy. "Be careful, Holden," Fred said again. "I don't like anything about this." "Well, if it's a trap, you can say I told you so to whatever scraps of us are left. I've got 30 ships that'll make sure you have a nuclear funeral pyre big enough they'd see it on Proxima Centauri in 4 years. You know, if anyone's there." "That's not comforting," Holden said. "We should open comms," Naomi said. "Fred, I've got to do this thing. I'll let you know how it went when it's done." Fred nodded. The connection dropped. Holden swallowed past the tightness in his throat. "How are we for range?" Inside effective torpedo range, Bobby said, and will be good for PDCs in 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Railgun all warmed up? Oh, hell yes. All right, Holden said. Naomi, get me a channel. A moment later, a new frame appeared on his screen, dark, but with the yellow border of an open connection. They were so close, there was effectively no light delay. That alone made him nervous. Attention, unidentified warship. This is James Holden of the independent freighter Rocinante. We're here to transfer possession of the Minsky. Hope that's what brought you here, too. I'd appreciate it if you'd identify. The screen stayed dark. Anxiety crept up his back. The seconds stretched without a reply. Something was wrong. Without moving, he rehearsed what he'd say to Alex. Get us out of here. Something's about to blow up. What he'd say to Bobby. Protect the Rosie first. Disable the gunship if you can. Kill it if you have to. The frame flickered. For a fraction of a second, an unfamiliar blonde woman with sharp features appeared, and then immediately the image shifted to a woman with dark hair tied back. A small, cynical smile on her lips. Holden realized he'd been holding his breath, and exhaled. Rocinante, she said. This is Michio Pa of the Comet. Weird to see you again, Captain Holden. Chapter 23. Pa. The Monroe died second. Marco's forces caught it near a cloud of machining equipment and medical supplies that had been buried in the void. As best Michio could reconstruct it, a plea for help had come from a mining ship called the Corvid. They had 5 families on the ship, and an outbreak of complex meningitis that had the children in medical comas. The Monroe, charging to the rescue, was intercepted by 2 Free Navy corvettes and fled from them into 2 others. Marco had recorded the captain, a middle-aged man named Levi Watts, who Michio had hardly known before he was placed under her command, begging for the life of his crew before his ship was overwhelmed. It hadn't been dignified, and it ended in fire. Copies of it went on a dozen anonymous feeds, with an attached listing of all the other vessels that had chosen to follow her. The Corvid's transponder vanished. The discussions of whether it had also been destroyed or invented as bait for the ambush came to nothing. The message was the same either way. No one could betray the Free Navy, and the Free Navy was Marco Inalos. Evans and Nadia had taken the responsibility of remaking the communication protocols for Michio's remaining fleet. She could see the concern in their eyes and hear it in the timbre of their voices. She loved them for caring. But there was a distance in that love for now, a coldness. She couldn't say how long her rage and grief would stay cold. But for now, ruthless analysis was the only way she could mourn. Maybe that was what worried them. The Minsky had been flying dark outside the ecliptic in an orbit that, given several months, would have taken it near enough to the ring gate that it could have made a break for it, dodged into the slow zone before any of the Free Navy ships could intercept it. So, when Foyle and Aserio Mal captured it, she'd also saved the lives of everyone aboard. It would have been a matter of minutes between the ship passing through the gate and the railgun defenses ripping it to pieces. Not that the colonists knew that. Not that Michio had told them. Even when Foyle learned that the prize ship was being routed to Ceres and into the arms of the enemy, she'd been willing to escort it. Michio had been tempted to let her, but it was the wrong move. Reaching out to Fred Johnson had been her decision. If it was going to go pear-shaped, she should be the one to deal with it. The transfer had been furtive and quick. High-G, short-burst burns that brought the Minsky and the Comet together on an intercept with Ceres that kept away from the bulk of Marco's forces. When, a lifetime ago, Marco had chosen her to head the conscription arm of the Free Navy, he'd given her the smaller, lighter ships. Armed, certainly, but not built for heavy fighting. She was meant to outrun the vast, bulky ice haulers, converted now to colony ships, massive and easy to overwhelm. Marco and Rosenfeld, the war leaders against the inner planets, had more need of the capital ships. They with the sledgehammer, and she was the scalpel. And now, she was going to find out whether her plan to cut a path where the great Marco Inaros couldn't reach her had worked, or if her rebellion was going to be short-lived and tragic. "The universe has plans for you," Joseph said in her imagination. "You couldn't have come this far through so many dangers if there weren't a reason for you to be here." The same beautiful bullshit that everyone told themselves. That they were special, that they mattered, that some vast intelligence behind the curtains of reality cared what happened to them. And in all the history of the species, they had all died anyway. "Attention, unidentified warship. This is James Holden of the independent corvette Rocinante. We're here to transfer possession of the Minsky. Hope that's what brought you here, too. I'd appreciate it if you'd identify." "Well, fuck," Michio said. "Captain?" Oksana said. James Holden. Probably the most ambiguous man in the system. The earther who worked for Fred Johnson's OPA. The leader of the coup against Ashford back in the slow zone. The man Marco Inaros hated more than anyone else. Chosen envoy of the Martian Republic and the United Nations to Illis, and everybody's favorite pawn. If she'd had a dream that his voice would be the one greeting her, Joseph would have called it a sign. Of what? She couldn't guess. Her display showed Ceres Station, the enemy ships arrayed around it like a cloud of insects waiting to attack. And all through the system, she was certain sensor arrays and optical telescopes were focused on her, on the Minsky, and on the ship coasting toward her. Somewhere, Marco was seeing her, with the chance to open fire on James Holden. If God had wanted to give her a way to walk back her rebellion, he couldn't have made a better one. She had her ranging laser on him. Even if she died, even if they all died, the other ships in her command would have a chance to sneak back into the Free Navy's fold. No more Witch of Endors. No more Monroes. "There are no coincidences," Joseph said in her mind. Except, of course, there were. "Captain, what are your orders?" Oksana asked. "Open the connection." Oksana opened the comms, grunted at some small error, and passed the feed to Michio's station. Holden was looking anxiously into the camera. The years had been kind to him. His face had a more comfortable look, and a touch of sorrow and humor that he wore well. She wondered if the others of his crew were still on the Rocinante with him, or if he'd left Naomi Nagata someplace safely out of Marco's reach. "Rocinante, this is Michio Pa of the Comet. Weird to see you again, Captain Holden." His lips widened into a boyish grin, and, to her surprise, she found herself smiling back. It wasn't pleasure, but the giddiness of fear. Her heart tapped at her ribs like it was impatient, trying to get her attention. I could kill him. He could kill me. Either decision would be justified. The Rocinante had a railgun. By the time she knew he'd fired, she'd already be dead. But he probably wouldn't. And she probably wouldn't either. "Weird to see you too, Captain Pa. Strange times." She laughed, and it sounded like someone else. Evans looked at her, concern in his eyes. She ignored him. "Couldn't help noticing that you've got some ships pointing their guns at me," she said lightly. "People are nervous, Holden said. Was sending you supposed to be symbolic of something? Nope. We just drew the short straw. It was eerie, speaking to someone on the other side of the fight without so much as a stutter of light delay. She wanted to flip and burn hard. Get out. Every second on the float brought her closer to Ceres and the Consolidated Fleet and Fred fucking Johnson. Every dot on the tactical display made her itch. They were the enemy as much as Marco. But the enemy of her enemy was at least playing nice right now. No sudden moves. Nothing without warning. They could do this. We're ready to transfer control of the Minsky to you, she said. Her passengers are all on board, confined to their quarters. I'll send along a manifest with what supplies she's carrying. Holden nodded. So, nothing's going to blow up when we do this, is it? No booby traps? Because there are some smart people who think I'm pretty stupid for trusting you. Plenty on my side saying the same of me. Nothing either of us can say right now is going to change their minds. We'll just have to try this. See what happens. Oksana's voice cut through the air like a wire. I've got fast movers coming in from Ceres, 6 torpedoes, 50 seconds to impact. The breath left Michio's lungs, pushed out by fear so profound it felt like calm. Open fire, all guns, get us out of here. Whatever they were going to do, she had to order it now. Except she was looking at Holden. And he was surprised too. Shocked even. Angry. She had to give the order. She had to fire. Her family was going to die. If she fired, they'd all fire back. She had to run, burn hard, melt everything behind her to slag. Stop, she thought. If we die, we die. But right now, stop. Why was Holden angry? Holden, she said, her voice trembling. Do we have a problem? Fuck yes, you have my permission, Holden snapped. And it took her a fraction of a second to realize he wasn't speaking to her. The Rocinante's firing its PDCs, Oksana said, her voice high and sharp. Fear was a resonance tone, and the deck rang with it. Lighting up our PDCs, Evans said. Don't, Michio shouted before she knew she was going to say it. Then, in stunned silence, touch those fire controls and you will kill us all. Do you understand, Mr. Evans? Everyone you love will die, and it will be your fault. Her husband looked at her, confusion in his eyes. His fingers hovered over the controls, twitching toward them. If she'd shot him, he couldn't have looked more betrayed. Oksana, what is the Rocinante firing on? No, Holden said. We're getting them, not you. You don't think we're... They're targeting the missiles from Ceres. Impact in... They're done, sir. The Rocinante shot down the attack. Michio nodded. Her blood rattled in her veins. Her hands shook. She was aware of the panic in her mind, like listening to voices in a nearby room, but she didn't feel it. She didn't feel anything. Evans, she said, put your hands down. Evans looked at his own fingers like he was surprised to see them there, then slowly lowered them to his sides. She watched the realization bloom in his eyes. If he'd started firing, the enemy fleet would have started firing. Maybe not the Rocinante, but everyone else. His instincts had come within a fingertip of killing them all. He moaned the way he did when he was sick or drunk, unstrapped and pushed off. His crash couch spun gently on its gimbals as he abandoned his post. She didn't stop him. On her screen, Holden was bending in toward the camera. Not much, just a little unconscious curve of someone protecting their gut. She forced her own spine to relax. Long seconds passed as she waited for another attack. Heartbeat after heartbeat. nothing came. "Well," she said. "Yeah," Holden replied. Another moment passed. Michio heard another voice behind Holden, Naomi Nagata. The words themselves weren't clear, but the tone of the woman's voice could have stripped paint. So he hadn't left her someplace safe. Fair enough. Safety might not exist now anywhere. The first hints of adrenaline crash haunted the edges of Michio's consciousness. A faint nausea, a deepening weariness, sorrow. She ignored those, too. "Was saying," Michio said, her voice calmer than she'd expected, "we have the Minsky, and what she's carrying. Ready to pass control over to you. Then we're backing away before anyone else starts shooting at us." "That wasn't Fred," Holden said. "I don't know who fired those torpedoes, but we're going to find out." Michio's lips felt heavy, solid, like she'd been carved from stone. It didn't matter who'd pulled the trigger on the attack from Ceres. Look far enough back, and Marco Inaros would be behind it. "I appreciate that," she said. "Let us know when you're ready for the remote command protocols." Marcos's response didn't take an hour. He shook his head sorrowfully, looking into the camera with wide, dark eyes. The raw charisma of his presence was banked by being on a screen, but it wasn't extinguished. Proof that the traitor Michio Pa was working with Earth, undermining the efforts of the Free Navy to protect and rebuild the belt, brazenly giving aid and comfort to the enemy. His voice vibrated with indignation on behalf of his people and disgust for her collaboration with the enemy. It didn't matter that the enemy included millions of belters he'd left behind. She wondered whether that would matter to the people who watched him. He included images of the Rocinante defending the Comet. The final proof, if anyone needed it, that she was in bed with the people who most wanted the Free Navy and the belt to fail. She watched it on the command deck, a dozen responses competing in her head. She even went as far as recording one, but the words got away from her, tugged along by her anger until the woman looking back at her from the screen seemed almost as crazed as the one Marco described. They burned away from Ceres, but not hard. The point of the exercise was to put themselves in range of the inners and not to be killed. To show the other ships still loyal to her, and the handful of independent ships that saw more hope in her path than Marco's, that zones of protection were possible. Fleeing her new little zone of safety as quickly as she could was what she wanted down to her marrow. But it wasn't what she'd come here for. Wasn't what she'd risked her ship and her family and her life to get. And so 1/3 of a G, and then the float, reorienting, then another burn. The farther she got from Fred Johnson's guns, the more she tried to make the Comet hard for Marco to track. When Oksana came to her cabin that night, it hadn't been as her officer, but as her wife. She brought a bottle of whiskey with a bright silver injection tip and 2 bulbs to drink it from. At first, Michio didn't want the company. But as soon as she did, she was desperate for it. Sex, in Michio's experience, was like music, or language. It could express anything. Now it was rage and sorrow and need. Afterward, strapped into the crash couch together, she listened to Oksana's breath, deep and steady as she imagined waves must be. Michio's heart felt fragile and more complicated than it had when she'd woken up that morning. Careful not to wake her wife, she stretched out, caught her hand terminal between her fingertips and spooled up Marco's denunciation. The light from the little screen filled the room, and she dropped the sound until it was nothing but a distant rhythm of hard consonants. Heard that way, there was a pattern to how Marco spoke. a throbbing in his delivery like he was imitating a heartbeat. She'd never noticed that before. She shifted over to the cached copies of the community feeds and forums. They filled with reactions and opinions, judgment of her and her family, declarations of hatred, threats of death. Nothing she hadn't expected. These were the people she was risking everything to feed and support. And because she stood against Marco to do it, they hated her. Not all of them, but many. And deeply. Good thing she wasn't doing it for the popularity. The alert went on. Attitude adjustment and burn. She shifted the hand terminal to the Connacht's control systems. Nadia had plotted in a complex adjustment, turning on all 3 axes with a variable burn so that when they were done, only someone with very precise sensor arrays who'd caught them all the way through the maneuver would be able to plot where they were going with any certainty. The countdown came, the burn pressing her and Oksana gently against each other and shifting the crash couch beneath them, swinging one direction and then another and back. The deep rumble of the Epstein was like God, apologetically clearing his throat. Oksana yawned, stretched, put her hand on Michio's shoulder. "Hoy, Captain," she said, her voice slushy with sleep and the aftermath of coupling. Michio sighed, smiled. "Navigated bush," she said, matching Oksana's joking formality and weaving their fingers together. "You should sleep." "So should you." "Can you?" "No," Michio said. "If it gets to be a problem, I'll hit the autodoc. Get something." "What's the status?" Michio almost asked, the status of what? But it would only have been so she didn't have to think too much. She knew Oksana meant the Free Navy's reaction. Were there gunships burning for them now? Had long-range torpedoes launched toward them from the ships and stations of the belt, hoping to come quietly and fast enough to overwhelm their PDCs? Michio shifted to kiss her forehead, just at the hairline. Oksana's hair smelled of musk and the fake vanilla she favored. It was a beautiful scent. "Everyone hates us, but no one's shooting yet," she said. "They will, though. They will. But we've carved little islands of safety. Now that they've accepted our tribute, we can go to Ceres or any other station Fred fucking Johnson takes without Marco following on. Unless he's ready for a full battle with the Inners. In which case, it won't really matter if we're there or not," Oksana said, her lips against Michio's collarbone. "And you? Are you all right?" The Connacht made a complex corkscrewing burn, the crash couch shifting one way, then another. The universe seeming to swirl around the still point of their bodies. Michio shrugged in the darkness. "I don't know. I know what my project is. Get the things the belt needs, and give them to the people that need them most. But no one's going to thank us for it." "Some will," Oksana said. Then, a moment later, "I mean, no one with power." "Isn't that what we're doing, though?" "Doing?" Oksana asked, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. "If no one with power loves us, let's make our own damn power." Chapter 24. Prax. The morning routine was the same. Prax got up first, padded to the kitchen, still wearing his robe and slippers. He started brewing the tea and making breakfast for the family. Pancakes and bacon for the girls, red rice and eggs for him and Juna. He played music on the system, usually something calm and wandering, what Juna called his getting massage music. And about the time the rice was cooked and the bacon crisped, he heard the sound of Juna's shower and the voices of May and Natalia. This particular morning, the girls were gabbling pleasantly to each other. Other mornings they would snap and argue. When Juna's shower water stopped, he poured the first pancake onto the grill, 2 eggs beside it. They took almost exactly the same time to cook, so that he could turn them both, one with either hand. It was showing off, but when May saw it, it always made her laugh. Juna's hectoring voice came from the hall, moving the girls through their morning rituals, washing faces, combing hair, getting dressed. When they all came to the table, Prax would be the only one not wearing his work clothes. The girls made fun of him for lazing around in his robe, even though he'd been the one to do the most, and he pretended to be offended, even though he really wasn't. After breakfast, Juna would take the girls to school on her way to work, leaving him alone to clean away the dishes, take his own shower, and prepare for the lab. It wasn't something they'd ever discussed. It was just the way their own particular domestic habits had formed. Prax liked it like that. He'd had more than enough adventures in his life. He got more work done when things were predictable. He sweetened his tea with the same syrup he drizzled over the pancakes, put the plates and glasses filled with food in their places, and was just sitting down with his rice and eggs when Juna came in, driving the girls before her like a cattleman in the tradition of mothers all through history. May was a little quieter than usual, Natalia a little brighter, but both within the error bars. Juna turned down the music while they ate and talked. When the conversation turned dangerous, Prax didn't notice. "What does resistance mean?" Natalia asked. Her face was serious and sober, and on so small a person, vaguely comic. "It's a measure of how electrons flow through something," Prax said. "You see, we think about current flowing through wires kind of the same way we think of water flowing through pipes. It's actually more complicated than that when you get down to quantum levels, but it's a very, very good model." "And models are how we make sense of things," Natalia said, proud of herself for remembering the catchphrase that he and Juna had been using with the girls for so long. He didn't think Natalia was old enough to understand it yet, but she would be, and May sometimes surprised him with her insights. "Yes," Prax said, "exactly. So resistance is about how hard or easy it is for electrons to flow through something." Natalia's little brow furrowed. May was looking away, and Juna had gone very still, which was odd. But he could tell he wasn't making sense to the girls, so he tried again. "So imagine you've got a big straw," he said, demonstrating with his hands, "and when you put it in your juice, it's really easy to drink. But then you take a teeny little skinny straw. You have to try really hard to get the same amount of juice up out of the glass. The big straw is like something without much resistance, and the little straw is like something with a lot of resistance." Natalia nodded very seriously. It was like he could see her trying to solve the puzzle of it. "Is it a good thing or a bad thing?" she said. Prax laughed. "It's not good and it's not bad. It's just part of how the universe is. Now, if you had a circuit where you wanted really low resistance and you didn't have it, that wouldn't be a very good circuit. But only because it didn't do what you wanted. If you had something where you wanted high resistance, maybe that very same circuit would be perfect. It's not about right and wrong, just how things work." "It's time to go," Juna said, and her voice seemed sharp. It was the voice she used when something was bothering her. And there were still almost 15 minutes before they really needed to be out the door. Maybe something was going on at the biofilms lab he didn't know about. When they'd left, he turned his music back on, cleared the dishes, showered, dressed himself for work. The rooms seemed wrong without them, and the extra time by himself empty and somehow ominous. All the way to the tube station, he worried about whether May had remembered to take her medicine. He'd planned to use the tube ride to review the new data sets on the harvester yeast, but his eyes kept skipping off his hand terminal and up to the screens across from him. A news feed was spooling, but he couldn't hear the words over the rattling of the tube and the voices of the other commuters. Ships were fighting, but he couldn't tell where. Earth, Iapetus, Pallas, Ceres, Mars, in the void between places, far distant from everything. They were all possible. The only thing he could be certain of was it wasn't here, and that only because there weren't any alerts blaring. At the central station, half the passengers shuffled off into the vaulted transfer chamber, making way for another flood coming on. A half-dozen men in Free Navy uniforms were among them. The Free Navy had started wearing sidearms openly now, and they walked with a swagger. 2 civilian girls seemed to be with them, laughing and flirting. The oldest of them didn't look much past her 20s. Not that much older than May. Not really. Prax turned his attention back to the newsfeed and then his hand terminal. He still wasn't able to concentrate on it, but something about the Free Navy men made him feel more comfortable with his eyes cast down. His heart was pumping a little faster. His back felt tight. He hadn't done anything wrong, but the sense of being threatened and the experience of guilt were so closely related that it was hard to feel one without the other. When he'd been a student at lower university, he'd had to take a humanities class, literature, drama, art appreciation, something to make him well-rounded. He opted for philosophy in hopes that it would have something like rigor to it. Most of the experience had been forgotten, the memories washed away in decades of neuroplastic adjustments. What he did still recall was dreamlike and fragmentary. But sitting there, pressing deeper into the seat as the tube car shifted up toward the surface, the hum and rattle of the tube vibrating up his spine, listening to the too loud laughter of the soldiers, one moment came back to him vividly. His professor, an overweight, balding man with an alcoholic's complexion and an air of intelligence so profound it seemed to bend space around him, lifting a hand and speaking a phrase, the terror of the normal. Prax was almost sure it had been something about Heidegger, but here and now he thought he understood it better than he had back then. This was how things were now. This had become normal. He'd hoped to spend the morning on his own research, but Kana and Bryce didn't even let him get as far as his lab before falling into step beside him. I was looking at the open partition, and I think there may have been a problem with the data transfer, Kana said. The datasets directory only had high 18 through the 9th run. No, Prax said. I know, I didn't get around to transferring them yet. I was going to, but I got distracted. Bryce made a small sound on the back of her throat. Prax understood it, and he didn't envy her. Ever since Kavanidy's death, Bryce had been in the unenviable position of doing her own work and covering for her dead supervisor. Every day, Prax had intended to move all the critical data out to the open partition. He couldn't even say why he hadn't gotten around to it. It was just that something always seemed to come up. Boss, Kana said, we need the latest on High 1810, unless you want us to push the new run. You can't push the new run, Prax said. They reached the door of Prax's lab. Kana shoved his hands into his pockets, his jaw set, his eyes focused off somewhere about 10 centimeters to Prax's left. I know, but I'll do it now, Prax said. Give me half an hour. He ducked into his lab and pulled the door closed behind him. Kana and Bryce hovered for a long moment on the far side of the frosted glass and then walked away. Prax sat at his desk. He wanted to check the water levels and pull new samples from the hydroponics. He was tempted to just do that for a few minutes, put off going through Carvanides' partition. But he'd said no, and they really did need to get the animal trials going. He pulled out the staff directory, keyed in his access code, and let the system do its ritual biometric check. Then, with a deep sigh and a sense of growing dread, he went into the dead woman's partition. It was his job to do this. There was nothing to be anxious about. 2 of the datasets were in editing lock, so he had to close them down before he could move them. Not hard, but it took a few more seconds. He would need to go through her messages, too. Make sure anything that needed attention was passed down to Bryce or up to McConnell. Anything personal for her he could ignore. He didn't need to pry, and he probably didn't want to know. Except that one of the messages had James Holden in the subject. New James Holden feed from Ceres, it said. James Holden, who'd saved May, and Prax himself, and everyone. Prax didn't intend to open the feed. It was more like a reflex. This looks interesting. What is it? On the feed, just as promised, James Holden looking earnestly into the camera. On the one hand, it looked professionally produced. The video didn't stutter or shake. The colors had the carefully modulated look of a newsfeed. Holden's voice, when he spoke, was clear and sharp without being spiky, but Holden's demeanor had an awkward authenticity that was so familiar and unrehearsed. It was like seeing him in the flesh again. This is James Holden from Ceres Station. Today we're doing the 3rd in this open-ended series thing, and I'm really hoping you're all looking forward to this, especially all my friends and family back on Earth and Mars. I say this every time, but we're doing these clips and interviews so that folks back home can put faces and voices to the real people out in the belt. And, yeah. So, let me introduce... The image cut to a tall belter girl sitting in the galley of the Rocinante. Prax leaned forward. He'd sat exactly where she was once, during the worst part of his life. He felt a wave of nostalgia, like seeing his apartment from Upper University, someplace familiar that had been important to him once, that broke against the novelty of this new girl. Alice Caspar. Great. Okay, where do you live? Ceres Station, Salatorque District. Prax watched the whole feed. The clap juggling of Shinsin that seemed to delight and fascinate the Earther. The way the girl was embarrassed for him and didn't seem to notice. The older woman they called Tia flirting with him. It was charming. With all the news of war and death, with all the images of ships chewing each other to shavings of metal and ceramic, the body bags of Earth, Holden's video was nothing. Pleasant, meaningless, sweet even. The feed ended. Prax, surprised, found he'd been tearing up. He wiped his cheek with the cuff of one sleeve and was startled when the next message opened its own feed automatically. A thin-faced woman with skin darker than Juna's, but with the same deep hazel eyes, smiled into the camera. The image shook a little, and the colors weren't as professionally toned as Holden's had been. This is Fatima Creon, sending back to James Holden and all the good people of the belt. We're in the refugee camp opened by the governor of Arequipa, and today I want to introduce you to a woman whose causa has been turning heads and filling bellies for, it seems like, everyone in the city. Prax watched, fascinated. And when it was over, another video feed, this one from Shanghai, where an old man in a yarmulke interviewed a musical band of ethnic Han boys about their music, and then watched them in an alleyway with mud-colored clouds churning above them. Prax couldn't look away. A soft knock came at the door. Bryce leaned in. I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but... No, it's fine. I'm transferring them now. Prax grabbed Carvonades's data reports, none of them edit-locked now, and shifted them into the open partition. "You should be able to access all of them now." "Thank you, sir," Bryce said, and then, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Prax said, wiping his eyes again. "Carry on." She closed the door. 2 hours had gotten away from him somehow, and he was going to have to hurry in order to get all the samples pulled before lunch. "We could save lives. One message." Prax shut down the dead woman's partition, put it under administrative lock. There wasn't time to think about anything more. He had work to do. In order to catch up, he ran the samples during his lunch hour, grabbing a few mouthfuls of rice and mushroom before the management team meeting. Afterward, it was time to go and retrieve May and Natalia from school, but he sent a message to one of the other parents in his parenting co-op. The girls could go play with the other kids until Juna got home. He stayed, checking in with Bryce and Kana, seeing that everyone who needed access to the datasets could get to them. Everything felt weirdly dreamlike and light, as if he was watching someone else doing it. In his office, he rechecked the day's sample run. How much dissolved CO2 in the water, how much nitrogen, calcium, manganese. The plants were doing well, but until the stats were all fed through, he wouldn't know what he was looking at. That was fine. He resisted the urge to reopen Carvonades's partition, to find the other feeds Holden had made or inspired. It was a bad idea. Instead, he waited, worked, watched through the glass. Only Bryce remained, and her workstation was down a long and curving hallway. He closed his terminal, clocked out, went to the men's room, and waited. Washed his hands. Waited. Then casually stepped out to the main floor, swinging by one of the gang stations, opening a terminal with a guest account, accessing the datasets and protocols that Supervisor Praxitike Meng had carelessly put in the open partition without permissions set. The screen showed a pale blue logo, the flag of Ganymede. He sent copies to Samuel Jabari and Ingrid Dinahaze on Earth and Gorman Lay on Luna. The only message was, "Please confirm these results." Then he shut down the terminal and made his way out to the common corridors. Everything seemed brighter than it should have been. He couldn't tell if he was tired or restless or both. He stopped at a noodle stand between the tube station and home. No roof for him and Juna, fried tofu for the girls, and a luxury, rice wine, and a round ceramic container with green tea ice cream for dessert. When he got home, Natalia was whining about having to drill her times tables, and May had shut herself in her room to trade messages with her friends from school and watch entertainment feeds of boys 3 or 4 years older than her. Other nights, he would have insisted that they all come to the table for dinner, but he didn't want to disturb anything. He served the noodles into recyclable ceramic bowls with a pattern of sparrows and twigs on them, brought one to Natalia at her desk, another to May, sprawled out on her bed. She was so big these days. Soon she'd be bigger than his shoulder. His little girl, who no one had expected to live, and look at her now. When he kissed the crown of her head, she looked up at him quizzically. He nodded her toward her screen of soulful-looking young men. He and Juna sat at the table together, almost like they were dating again. He looked at her, the curve of her cheek, the little scar on her left knuckle, the gentle fold of her collarbone, like he was saving it for some coming day when she wouldn't be there, or else when he wouldn't. The rice wine bit at his mouth. Maybe it always felt like that, chill and warming at the same time, and he just didn't usually notice. Juna told him about her day, the office politics and palace intrigues of biofilms, and he took in her words like they were music. Just before he cleared their dishes and broke out the ice cream, she reached across the table and took his hand. "Are you all right?" she said. "You're acting strange." "I'm fine," he said. "Bad day at work?" "No, I don't think so," he said. "I think maybe it was very good." Chapter 25. Fred. "James Holden has just declared piracy legal," Avasarala said from Luna, then paused. Her eyebrows were high on her forehead, and she nodded a little, like she was encouraging a not very bright child to understand her. "He took in a pirated ship from a pirate, and then he thanked her for his cut of the fucking booty and waved as she burned away. And you, the butcher of Anderson Station, grand whatever the fuck of the OPA, you sat there with your cock in your hand and let him do it. I mean, I understand Holden is Holden, but I let you put your hands on Ceres because I thought you at least were a fucking grown-up." She leaned back from her camera, shaking her head, and cracked a pistachio. "I thought better of you, Johnson," she said. "I really did. My life has become a single, ongoing revelation that I haven't been cynical enough." At this point, he was pretty clear she was talking for the comfort of hearing her own voice. He checked the feed data. 10 more minutes. She might get to something important in the course of it, so he let it play as he walked through the bedroom. Her sharp consonants and scratching vowels made a kind of background music while he dug his evening medications out of his bedside table. 5 pills and a glass of water. The pills were chalky and bitter on his tongue, and even after they were washed down his throat, he suffered their aftertaste. Working 20-hour days was a younger man's gig. He could still rise to the occasion, but there had been a time his determination against the universe would have felt like a fair fight. Anger alone would have carried him forward, and maybe the scourge of fatigue would have made him feel he was expiating his sins. Now he was surviving on coffee and blood pressure meds and trying to keep the system from falling any further apart. It seemed less romantic. "It looks like Richards has almost whipped what's left of the Martian Parliament in order," Avasarala said. "So hopefully we can get something from her. Just an assurance she won't come piss all over our strategies so it smells more like her would be enough. Souther's pushing for Rhea or Pallas, depending on whether we want to shore up the allies we already have, half-assed as they may be, or denying Inaros a manufacturing base. Admiral Stacy is pushing back against any of it for fear of stretching our ships too thin." Both strategies were mistakes. He'd need to make the case for that. She pressed her fingers to her forehead, a short, percussive sigh. For a moment she seemed smaller, vulnerable. It was a strange look for her. "We've had 2 more rocks. One of them had the stealth coating on it. But we caught it. This time. I've got the deep arrays sifting through all their data looking for more, but it costs so little to push something into an intersecting orbit. Inaros could have done hundreds of these. Spaced them out over months, years. A century from now, we could see something loop in from out of the ecliptic with a note on it that says, 'Fuck you very much from the Free Navy.' My grandchildren's grandchildren will be cleaning this same shit up." "Hopefully, if we win," Fred said to the screen. Not that the recording could hear him. He moved to the bathroom, and the display shifted to follow him. The best thing about the governor's quarters was the shower. Wide as a rainstorm, and the whole floor a grated drain that worked even at 1/3 of a G. Fred stripped and washed the sweat and grime of the day off his skin, while Avasarala went over the latest intelligence about the state of affairs on the colony planets. No hard data, but things were probably bad. The reports on the ships that had gone missing, passing through the gates. several theories, and hoped that the flight records from Medina would help if they ever became available, and the situation on Earth. The expected second wave of deaths from collapsed food, sanitation, and medical infrastructure were starting to appear. After he dried off, Fred pulled on a fresh shirt, clean trousers, thick, soft socks, the small pleasures of life. Avasarala kept delivering her report, diving into unneeded details and side comments as if she were lonely and didn't want to face the emptiness and quiet of her own rooms on Luna. But even she couldn't last forever. "I'll expect to hear from you," she said. "And I'm fucking serious about this. Don't let Holden make any more laws." Fred sat on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes and let his head sink into his hands. He'd been awake for over 30 hours now, and was looking down the barrel of another shift, negotiating with the unions, adjusting decades-old contracts to fit the new situation, moving belters out of their holes, shutting down great swaths of the station to conserve the supplies they had. Part of his mind kept treating it like an emergency, a wound that had to be stanched until help could arrive. 3, 4 times a shift, he'd remember that there wasn't help, that the choices he made today might stay in place for years, forever. The temptation to lie back, put his head to the pillow and let his gritty, tired eyes close, was as powerful as hunger and sex had been 4 decades back. The weight of the idea, as much as exhaustion, pulled him down. It was stupid for anyone, much less a man his age, to be pushing that hard. And the governor's bed was soft and inviting, the sheets clean and crisp. But if he did, his eyes would open the moment his head touched the pillow. Restlessness would twist him, knotting the sheets around his legs until he gave up 2 or 3 wasted hours later. One more shift, and he'd be spent enough to let the pills work. He'd fall into the blackness behind his eyes, consciousness blinking blissfully out. But not yet.
Sorry, I kind of ignore you. And so I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed now. Take care. See you later.